Rax's spot. And now you're backwards.
Oh, that's not the pen I need. That's the pen I need.
There we go. I was trying to find where the end of Sum's camera was.
It's there.
Discord, why you quiet?
Huh?
Discord's being quiet.
Because it changes its settings every freaking week.
God, fucking
That's why.
the jerk.
Nope. My Discord's actually really quiet too.
Ghost, I heard that you laughed, but it was just
Yeah.
like you were across the
Yeah.
room. It was just like really super quiet, and you're at 150% for me. I don't know what else I
I
can
had
do.
him at 90, so I just cranked him to 100.
I don't know why, but like you were really, really quiet some, and then all of a sudden it was like BAM! And I was like, oh my ear holes!
Sorry.
I'm turning everybody up by like 10%.
Weird. Everybody sounds fine on my end.
Now that I've turned everybody up, they sound fine.
Thank you, Discord, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Jerk.
Oh, look, look, look. Now we're matchy-matchy. Now we
Yeah.
both
Am I
have our...
supposed to be looking? I didn't know if you were meaning me. Oh yeah, I saw it on Twitter.
There we go.
And there's a nice little D20 on the bottom, but I'm not tipping it because it actually has my drink in it right now.
Yeah, that would be. And there's not a roll to save you from IRL. Though.
No! No! Roll for irony? Oh,
Yeah,
man.
there's not a roll to save you just from pouring your drink fucking everywhere like I did earlier today and literally covered the stairs in coffee this morning. I was like,
No!
No.
cleaned it up, went upstairs, just, nope, back in bed. Not doing it.
Wow. I would have gone back to bed too, I'm not gonna lie. Okay, I think everybody's alright. I just haven't heard Keeper yet, so I'm probably gonna have to crank him up.
He's muted.
Test.
There he is.
I'm gonna turn him up a little bit. He's always a little quiet on my bugs. There we go.
Don't mind me, I'm just casually dying in the corner.
Oh no. Alright, I guess I'll jump into it then?
I'll hold. Give it like the 10 minutes. Let go
Okay,
and test each
okay,
other's streams. Do your
okay.
tech test.
No!
No. Tech
My tech
test.
chest? Yes, this.
It begins already.
Get it out of the way now. Get it out of the way now.
I promise that I'm gonna fuck up every other sentence today, and I'm sorry.
Oh man, and Lorelai does nothing but tree puns, and you're gonna fuck all of them up.
You know what? Lorelai's tree puns are completely natural. I never planned for them. They just happen.
Yeah.
No, I shit you not. I have none of the
I mean, the good news is if you accidentally say chest is later, he probably meant to accidentally say chest, so. Sorry, what? I was distracted. Ay, ay, ay. Okay, let's do this. Perrin, test.
Test.
Perfect. Some.
Hello.
Perfect.
That's test.
Zoe, can I get one more from you?
Yeah. It's me. Hi.
Oh, I gotta
I'm
turn you
weird.
up so much. You are so quiet today.
I'm
Keep it on the hold.
And then I know what's gonna happen is your second wind is gonna hit like 20 minutes into the session and you're gonna be busting everybody's eardrums.
Not gonna lie, I'm rocking the just rolled out of bed DM look today.
No one cares.
Because I was like, I went to bed at 4 this afternoon and got up like a half hour ago. I've been working hard.
We know and we appreciate it.
No one's judging you at all.
We appreciate you so much. Yeah, literally nobody is judging you.
That being said, no reschedule next week. We just ain't playing because I'm tired.
Fair.
That's fair. And then what's gonna happen is we're gonna get midway through the week and she's gonna go,
No, I don't think so. I don't think so. Boy.
We got Rift Chasers next weekend anyway.
Yep.
yeah.
Oh, speaking of that,
Yeah.
Sarah and Ash just got back to me on wanting to try to do some RP stuff.
Wow.
Rax's RP got done yesterday.
Hey,
So
No, no.
you fair,
not all of it.
To be fair, that was because you lost a couple of days this week to computer issues.
Yes, but also I have my phone, so and quite often I RP using my phone.
I'm
'cause I'll lie
pretty
in
sure we
bed.
finished one of my RPs like right before session one time.
That was only
think that was-
because
I think that was the joint one with Keeper.
yeah.
Cause Keeper, it was like Keeper and I going back and forth, and then it was Keeper and Zoe and me going back and forth. So we had to wait on 3 people's responses.
That's what we had to do with Asher and Antonio.
They had one where they were doing some talking and stuff like that, and then I was like, "Yeah, this other character that I'm RPing does this," and then I passed out,
Mm-hmm.
and then like they each did like one more line apiece, and they was like, "I'm tired."
Yeah, and then I was like, I am going to bed. It is 11:30. I'm done.
Fucking split personality RP days are the worst.
Oh, you mean like when you were doing everybody's in Moncade at the same time?
At the same time, and like I was just sitting
Oh, and
there.
what was worse is I'm pretty sure you were doing like my really positive RP at the same time you were doing Rax's really not okay RP.
I mean, Rax's really not okay RP didn't last that long, but like I
Oh,
had
yeah.
like, I had 2 sets of just straight smut, and then I had someone falling asleep.
And then I had,
To clarify,
Antonio
it was
walking into a
not
bathhouse.
me. I was not included in that smut that time. That time it was
Fuck
not
off! You
me.
were included in one of them.
Yeah, but not that one.
I mean, yes, because stuff happened.
But it wasn't me doing the smut.
Yes, it was.
Was Sleepy?
Other
Same,
not the
same
same
day as that? That's
No.
what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That day? That was not
What?
me.
No, I know, but there was sleepy another day.
Oh.
Oh my
I was
God.
thinking of day 1 Moncade RP, and I was like, I didn't do
No.
smut. How dare you?
We were talking like day after
I was-
Under the Mountain Moncade. Although, to be fair,
I was gonna say I wasn't gonna. I was not gonna comment on that because guilty.
Oh boy.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
I mean, also, one of the best lines came out in that RP, and I'm so
It
sad
did.
it didn't happen. So has everyone done each other's stream checks to make sure both of your audio's okay?
Yeah, I checked on my OBS, everybody's levels and everything.
The bar is moving when you guys talk, so I think I'm good.
The green bar is going up. We are good.
Mm-hmm.
Except I'm gonna move my microphone a little bit closer because on my end, my mic is being quiet.
But no, yeah, so even though that was the lowest one, like the smallest bit of RP happening between 2 of the characters, that was probably my favorite one so far.
That was just... I didn't know how to respond, and
That's why I did it.
I was just like, don't fucking speak Dwarven.
Yep,
Nope.
that's why he did it. No, so he walks in. So, you've seen like at least like the initial bit of the Rift Chasers, right? There's that really strange dwarf character. So they're back in the place, and he decides to go take a bath, and he's just hanging up there for hours kind of talking. Like he had his like own like personal.
Sorry, I DM'd her. She's not laughing at you. She's laughing at me.
He had his own like small personal thing where he was making a mess in the bathing rooms, and then after a thing of Sum's character's RP, he decides I'm gonna go into the bathing room, and I'm like, okay. And I threw them into a thing, and I was like, this is gonna be interesting.
Mm-hmm.
And the guy had to wait till he got back home from work because he actually has like a
Dwarven translator,
page,
basically.
yeah, Dwarven translator dictionary thing, and he translated some sentences into Dwarven as he was talking like to his character was talking to himself but out loud, confusing the crap out of Sum's character.
Yeah, Antonio walked in and he's just like, nope, I'm going to that one down there.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that would be on par with walking in on Rattan talking to herself on Celestial. It'd be like, I have no idea what you're saying. Probably know who you're talking to.
Well,
really don't want to know what you're saying. Leaving.
No.
This guy
Rex
was
would be
fully
curious,
clothed
but
still.
Antonio's like, nope.
Rex wants to know what the sexting is.
Probably.
Rex has no right to comment on sexting.
That's why I said Rax would not be like, shying away from it.
No. I mean, come on.
He'd be
Rex,
curious.
the day after he met Leodir, literally looked at Rattan, figured out that she was talking to him, and goes, "Hi."
Tell him I said hi.
Yeah, and she was like, "Don't do that." Rex is always so excited when he's around.
Everyone's excited when he's around.
He is a gem.
He is something.
He's not a gem. He's a treasure. He's the whole treasure. Let's be honest.
No, the treasure is Richie.
No, Richie's the whole dragon horde.
How dare you make it sound like Grax itemizes him?
Don't objectify me.
We've already established Rax's stance on objectification.
What's everyone's passive? Because I'm rewriting them down.
That's a good question.
I think yours is 12.
I think it is, but I wanted to double check because I was like, that seems low, but it also seems really high.
11.
It's a 12.
11 for Rex, 12 for a 10. What's Peepers? 13 or 15?
13, I think. Because I think it's a
Passive-
+3.
What?
Passive perception.
Oh, 15.
Same for Cass, it's 15.
I legit thought I was like 12. Wait, that's either really low or really high.
No, that's about right. Okay.
Well, because most of my characters either have like around like a 15, but then I was like, wait, Rattan's like really bad at perceiving shit. Does she actually have a 12?
And what's everyone's current AC? Because I know people have had janky ACs and people have modifiers and people have new modifiers.
I figured out that I could have been doing something to my modifier and I feel fucking stupid 15 sessions later.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know what I'm talking about.
What's that? Oh, Rex is 15.
Mm-hmm.
Peepers is 13, I think? Or 12?
Keepers? Yeah, it's probably 13. No, it's 11.
11?
Yeah,
Yeah.
familiars. Not great AC.
I can't remember. Fucking some animals have like 12, 13.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's because obviously it's dex-based. I thought owls would have a little bit more dexterity.
No.
They're best at wisdom.
Karen, your AC is a 17?
19.
19. Is that what
Oh,
the
get fucked.
What was that?
Is that where the fuck
Wait.
did I get a 17 from?
That's without my shield.
Without your shield?
Yeah.
How?
Oh no, 17 is without my shield. I mean.
Oh, God, you scared the hell out of me. I was like, wait, how the
17
fuck?
is what I'm looking for because you don't always have your shield equipped.
Gotcha. Okay.
Cass
Yeah, 'cause I'm 17.
13.
and Rattan.
18,
without the shield.
no shield.
Thank you. Awesome. also this is, stuff that the chat can know.
Uh-huh.
Because I don't think anyone I don't think we've ever spoken about AC and passives properly.
Oh, no, I don't think we have.
Yeah, AC is how easy or hard it is for me to hit them. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, so every time we've been in combat that you guys have been watching, and, you've heard Zoe say, like, oh, like, does a 23 hit Rattan? And I'm like, yes! That's because what happens is you take your dice and you add all your modifiers and you get that number, and she goes, okay, 23. I then have to look at what my armor class is. So that's why when we say AC, that means armor class. And if it is an 18 or higher, it hits Rattan. If it's a 17 or lower, it does not hit Rattan. So that's why you hear us say a bunch of numbers and then hit or miss.
Yep, and then a bunch more numbers to see how quickly I kill them.
Exactly. And then for passive perception, the best way that I've always described it to people is your passive perception is what you would catch out of the corner of your eye. Or like what you would notice without actively looking. Like if you walked into a room and you like did a double take and saw something, that's your passive perception. You weren't actively looking for that thing.
It's like when you walk into a room and notice the cat and nothing else.
Yep. Yep. Or like if you're sitting at a table and you notice like your friends stick their phone in their pocket, that's your passive. You weren't actively watching your friend to see what they were doing, but you just caught them slipping their hand in their pocket. Or like if you were to catch somebody sliding a card up their sleeve, that's your passive. Unless you specifically say, I am deliberately watching this guy to make sure he doesn't cheat.
Or unless I ask specifically for a perception.
Correct. Correct.
Like watching rats get fondled at the breakfast table.
Ha 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 ha. Yeah.
Hey, it happens.
I saw that.
Mm-hmm.
More often than not, it happens.
I can't say anything.
Not anymore.
I couldn't say anything to begin with. Just because they didn't see it.
He has a little bit more tact than that. How
That's
dare
the
you.
thing, though, is he's in my head.
I'm still not being fondled at a table, though. Not the same. I'm still waiting for ones, by the way.
Oh,
Thought I did send that.
Alright.
Now you can go.
And now we've gotten to talk about some stuff, and people got the chance to trickle in, so... Oh my god, this notepad is on like its last legs. It's gonna be time to change over soon. So, last session, which was episode 20, Destiny to Dust, the party reconvened with Rattan in the main hall of Duskbane Manor, where she had come to a stop, holding Alexander's staked body. And they found themselves blocked off by 14 of the house staff, the maids and butlers that all looked eerily similar. They essentially demanded that the bodies of Luce and Alexander be returned back to the crypt, to their coffins. And their demeanor was not so much angry, more so emotional and distressed. And, Rattan tried to get some answers out of them. Not a whole lot of luck there. Bad persuasion rolls. But they did disclose that Alexander had been under an extreme amount of stress in recent days. And that he was under orders from potentially Saran to do what he did to Daniel's family. Because Saran is an advisor to the King of Clayome. And only they could order him aside from the Lord and Lady of Duskbane. Ladier was not with the party at this point in time. They emerged without him. He was gone. Reluctantly, we agreed to give the bodies back because if we didn't, it looked very likely to break out into a fight, and none of the party members were in very good shape. We probably would not have walked out of there if we hadn't. So reluctantly, Rattan surrendered Alexander's body. Rax gave them Luce's body. We went to go see if Saran was still in the house. And Perrin ran into our dear friend the Huntress and their displacer beasts. And Perrin was told that Saran had heard a ruckus in the middle of the night and pieced the fuck out. Changed his plans and left in the middle of the night. Rattan asks Osiris if Necros can go and get her mask from upstairs because she left it. She also kindly points out to the staff that the upstairs is probably still on fire. Necros comes back downstairs and then gets sent back upstairs to go get a hand axe for Perrin. And then we all left the manor to find, quote unquote, in my notes, giant fucking elk, question mark, exclamation point, big fuck off moon deer? Which I'll pull the artwork up really quick on my stream. So
I can do it. I can pop it.
Oh, can you?
If I show to grip again, it does it.
Does it? I thought if I already had it, it wouldn't.
Because I move shit around, you probably won't be able to find it quick enough.
Okay, so there you go. Just pulled it up on my stream. Greeted by this enormous moon elk with a crescent moon, like, between its antlers, and its antlers are huge, going over the walls.
It was a full moon.
Full moon, sorry, because we were in Duskbane, my bad.
Mm-hmm.
The antlers so big that they were going over the walls of Duskbane. And this deer led the party out of Duskbane, through the streets of the town, and, like, out of Duskbane proper. Safely. Led us to the road, and then there was a very large hill. Outside of town, the deer continues up the hill and transforms into a 7.5-foot tall cloaked figure. With long green hair, possibly female, this figure seems to want to talk to Kess, who then goes and speaks to this individual, and then eventually they motion for the party to approach, and we discovered that this is Lorelei, who is Kess's mentor. Lorelei offers to take us back to Kacabian via water walk to cut down some time. Regardless, we all still took a point of exhaustion because it was 2 in the frickin' morning. And we get back to Kacabian, and we head to the brewing pot, and Bert is behind the bar, restocking the kegs. Rattan manages to get him to not wake everybody up on accident. And he says, quick, before everybody wakes up, here's some keys, go get some sleep. There's 4 rooms left. The boys went and took the southern room. Lorelei took her own room. Osiris took his own room, and then Rattan got the northmost room with the single bed to herself. Huh? Well, it was like it was one singular bed, is what I meant. Like, not like a single bed, it was like a big singular bed. As opposed to the room that had 3 different beds. Sorry, that was a weird way to quantify that. In the morning, well, not in the morning, we woke up in the freaking late evening because we had to sleep most of the day to recover.
Actually, it was lunch rush, but yes.
Yeah. So we talked to Elizabeth, and Elizabeth actually knew the whole time that Lady Luce and her people were vampires. Didn't tell us because she didn't think that we were actually going to go and start shit. We apologize for dragging her into it, but she does tell us that there's not going to be any retaliation because the Lord or Lady of Duskbane only ever takes one lady or lord, and that's just how it is. So now that Daniel is dead, we don't have to worry about Luce going into the countryside and snatching random guys, because it's done with. We go to our regular table that we've been meeting at every time we've come to the brewing pot, and we have a conversation about how Daniel died. It is revealed that Kess, while he was shapeshifted into a giant cow, perhaps in his haste turned a little too quickly. Daniel was flung against a wall and killed. There are some very a wide range of feelings on this situation. Some party members seem a little bit more affected by it than others. And they begin discussing how they're going to fix this, how they're going to bring Daniel back. You know, the means of resurrection, which is beyond all of them. Rax and Rattan also agree that they are not going back to Frostbane until they have exhausted every option or until Daniel is back. While we're talking, Lorelei reveals to us that Kess has to go home to his druidic circle as part of his rite of passage to basically check in with who they refer to as mother and father and kind of give an update on how he's been doing and what he's been learning. And Lorelei, that was a lot for Lorelei to take in. So Lorelei ends up excusing herself and going outside for some fresh air. While that is happening, Rattan attempts to explain to Perrin the giant flaming man that joined us in combat the day before, when said giant flaming man comes walking through the front door looking a little bit crispier than usual, a little singed, and Ladier comes and has lunch with us again, and tries to do a better job explaining himself to Perrin. Perrin is now in the secret club, knows who Ladier is. Yeah, the Ladier Club. Welcome to that. He also states that the magic that we are looking for to bring Daniel back is very expensive and very powerful, and that he doesn't know anyone who can do it. He is very tense with Kess, and that's awkward. Lorelei comes in and meets Ladier. That was hilarious. Probably had more fun with that than we should have at Lorelei's expense. But, eventually, Ladier does leave to go and rest. He does explain to Rax what Rattan's engagement ring actually does. And then he says that he needs to go and rest because he's going to be out of commission for a while. Lorelei again states that Kess needs to go home, and if he doesn't, he's going to be basically shunned from... He would be considered like an outcast, turning his back on his druidic circle. But that we could leave in the morning, she could walk us through a tree, and basically everyone goes and sets about running errands before we can leave the town of Kakavian. Some of us went to write letters, some of us went shopping, others of us, I don't fucking know where they went. Oh, and Osiris, we also found out, left before any of us woke up, because, you know, elf, 4 hours of sleep. Left before any of us woke up because apparently there was a situation with his family that he was very worried about, and immediately he went home. So Osiris is no longer with the party.
Yeah. Cool. Okay. So, yeah, last week, started off high anxiety and misunderstandings, but after hearing what the staff of Dustflame Manor had to say, you decided to hand their lady and head butler back to them before trying to find Saran. Instead of finding him, you did stumble upon Calariel, who informed you that Saran had left earlier that night. Leaving the manor grounds, you were greeted by a majestic giant elk who bowed to Kess before they guided you through the silent, foggy streets of Dustflame, and then out into the fields before turning into a 7'5" oak figure. After, you know, a beautiful firefly display. After some prompting, Kess did go over. He was like, oh, yeah, sure. Went over and figured out very quickly that it was Lorelei, who is his mentor, who told him that the parents and the tribe were returning to their homeland and that he had to go home. Given the time of day, she did help you all back to Kakavion, helped you walk on water, Jesus stuff. And then guided you through the forest between the river edge and Kakavion as a consequence, stating that in that form, it's very unlikely anything would bother you. You got into Kakavion and all managed to get rooms thanks to Bert, who told Rattan she looked like shit. And then eventually you all managed to settle down for the morning. Rax bought lunch and drinks for all of you that day. And you gathered, discussed the events with Elizabeth, only to find out that she knew Duskthane was Vampire Den and didn't think you were going to start a war at dinner, so didn't tell you so that you wouldn't get scared. But you know, things happen. You also found out that Rattan is allergic to tomatoes. You're welcome. After that, you moved over to your party's table, which Elizabeth actually said was your table, and discussed the events in Duskthane. Most of you said that you were intending to send letters to various people to find out if there was a way to bring Daniel back without having a body. Lorelai eventually joined you all, told you about the events that, you know, you told her about the events that you've all been facing, basically caused her to have a panic attack. She excused herself, followed by Kess, only to be replaced by Leodir, who is still exhausted and covered in burns from the previous night, who then formally introduced himself to Perrin and apologized for his initial impression, to which he was told it was pretty cool and got a little bit more confident about it. Some discussions were had. You decided to split off and do your separate things. Rax and Perrin went to do a spot of shopping before coming back to write their letters ahead of dinner. Rattan spent time in the room writing letters to their respective people. Kess and Lorelai spent most of the day in the woodlands surrounding Cacabion. However, you all came back in time to meet up for dinner, which feels like lunch to you, considering all the amount of time you slept during the first part of the day rather than through the night. The bar is bustling as always at peak times, and there is a duo performing. A human male with dirty blonde hair dressed in common clothes is accompanying the singer with his lute. The singer is another human male with dark hair, fair skin, and he's singing about the appearance of an angel in Frostvein. A gift from the gods accompanied by those who would become the saviors of the city.
Oh no!
For dinner, you are being served homemade steak and ale pies with boiled potatoes and a side of steamed vegetables. Lorelai once again isn't eating meat and instead has some kind of broth with flat noodles, mushrooms, spring onions, chilies, spinach, mange two, and shredded carrots. There's a pitcher of water and glasses for you in the middle of the table, and if you wanted to order something stronger, Mandy and Bert are going around talking to the dinner rush. Easy enough to flag over if you wanted. Elizabeth also said, at this point, it's easier for you just to open a tab when you come in and pay it before you leave. So yeah, you have a tab going. And this is where we start session tonight.
Once Rattan figures out what the song is about, she looks mildly uncomfortable. Oh boy.
What?
Really?
He is clearly not paying attention to anything that's going on right now.
And she just goes,
You're gonna have to spell it out.
Angel in Frostvein.
Oh yeah, you showed your wings to everybody.
You know, I knew word was gonna travel. I just didn't think it was gonna result in that.
I mean, pretty cool to have a song written about you, though, right?
Wouldn't be the first time.
Must be nice.
That's different. That's different. This is uncomfortable.
Why?
I guess it makes me feel like it kind of feels like being stared at. If that makes sense.
And Lorelai pipes up. Weren't you talking about how that's normal for you the other day?
Doesn't mean that I appreciate it.
Well, I mean, it's one or the other. Right?
Wait, what?
Because, like, the other day you were like, oh yeah, I get weird looks all the time, and I talk to voices in my head. And I was like, but that's not so weird. And now you're like, I feel like I'm being stared at. And then she shovels more soup into her mouth.
Rax kind of does the, she's right, you know.
And she kind of gives Lorelai a look where, like, she's definitely, like, she was about to, like, just snap something, but... When I said what I said, that was a show of solidarity. And just because I get weird looks all the time and it's, as you say, normal to me, doesn't mean I appreciate it or like it.
Fair. But, like, a gift from the gods? Really? And she starts chuckling to herself.
And she literally just does this in her chair. I'm never gonna hear the end of that.
Rax does this and he goes, yeah, probably not.
Don't. Just wags your finger at you.
Oh, he's laughing.
He's mercifully silent right now, but that is probably not going to last.
Oh, voices in your head. Now I get it.
I explained that.
Wait, was that before or after we came back? Don't remember.
I explained to Lorelai that Leadir was my Deva, and
You never said he was the voice in your head, though.
oh, I thought that was sorry. I thought that kind of answered that question. Yes.
I mean, it does now? Now I get it, but, like, he and points to Kaz. He speaks to... Yeah. And then
it's not like
I
that. It's
speak to
just
trees.
Leadir. It's just Leadir.
Okay.
It's kind of like there's a hallway with a door at either end, and we can open those doors and talk to each other across the hallway.
I understand how the message part.
I guess it's kind of like that, but it's not magic. That I'm aware of.
Are you sure?
Pretty sure, because I can literally have conversation with him at any point in time.
That's how that... never mind. I feel like I'm talking to a wall. Anyway, and she like
Rude for
she
one
picks up
thing.
her bowl and sips out of it like she's drinking milk from a cereal.
What do you want me to say? I've been able to talk to him since I think before I even could form words. I can convey emotions, I can convey images. Shut your mouth, Rax.
Well, it sounds like he's the one giving the images more often.
Does that mean she has no imagination?
You're in a spectacular mood this morning, Lorelai. Like, or this evening.
And then-
Sorry, this evening.
She puts the bowl down and she's like, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Yeah. My bad.
I forgive you.
I tend to just... bleh. I don't do well with people. Speak to trees and plants and bears, sometimes deers, little bunny rabbits and birds.
I'll
and
make a
squirrels.
mental note not to take it personally. But it's been a long couple of days for us too, so my patience is a little...
This is like mom and dad. This is like going home and there's a lot resting on it. And I've had time to think about it even more, and now I'm all kind of scared again.
Why?
Because if he does bad, I've done bad.
Rattan just kind of flicks her eyes over to Cass.
You think I've done bad?
No, but, like, it's not up to me. I have always and will always believe in you. But that's not my decision to make. And you're gonna go back and tell them about cults and vampires and God knows what else. So I went home and said, "Hey Mom, hey Dad, I went to a city today. Are you proud of me?" You're gonna go and be like, "I faced a death cult!" Ta-da!
Well, technically we haven't faced them yet.
Oh, you're being
He faced
followed
a
by
group
death
of 'em.
cult. You're being followed by a death
No, we're not being followed, we're following them. Which, once you say it out loud, actually sounds mildly suicidal.
So you're joining them?
No!
You said you're following them.
Tracking.
Tracking them?
That's better. Remember when I told you to be careful what you say in front of...
Yeah, noticing that.
Yeah, they will take everything literally.
Okay.
I mean,
Not
they'll
like
probably handle it better than I do, but...
don't sound like
Oh,
the
no,
druids that
this-
I know. I will keep my
This-
mouth shut.
Yeah, I mean, this really has nothing to do with me. This is you, Cass. So unless I get asked a direct question or I have to talk, I'm not saying anything.
No, it's on me.
I feel like an owl bear just on my shoulders. So, food here's quite good! Yeah! And she picks up her bowl again and starts drinking from it.
Which snaps Rax back into like, oh yeah, I have food, and he starts eating as well.
And Rattan does as well now that this has been like. And she says like she gets like a mouthful of food toward her, like a spoonful of food like toward her mouth, and then she stops, doesn't lift her eyes to look at you, Rax, and goes, "I am hoping that he is sleeping right now. I'm not going to be stupid enough to trust you not to tell him about this," and she kind of like motions behind her to the band, "but I have to beg anyway." Alright, I tried.
I'm not going to bring it up. To the best of my ability.
I suppose that's all I can hope for from you. And if he's not sleeping, I just threw myself into a trench.
So, which one of you thinks you're the strongest here?
Oh, not this again.
No, this is a genuine question that may help.
Strongest in what way?
Physical,
Rex puts his hand up. Nope.
capacity,
Sorry, what?
like combat capacity.
Rattan kind of like, while she's chewing, looks over at Perrin and goes, "I'm not gonna assume. We literally just met each other, and I really haven't seen the extent of what you can do."
Rex goes, and also,
Also,
he grows to 10 feet tall.
to be fair, I was 13 feet tall at one point.
Yeah, but he can do it whenever. Well, I'm assuming it's limited, but
A couple times a day.
I mean, there are spells to do that.
Mine was a potion.
it lasted like 4 hours.
You know, I did not think it was going to last that long.
We tend to do it like by our own means rather than.
It was kind of an emergency, and I thought it might be a good idea.
Was it a good idea?
I think so.
Don't want to know what you used it for.
Hitting something really hard.
This something is what concerns me.
The
A cultist?
the leader of that area of cultists.
Yeah, and she's just like drinking quietly, like not even phased by what she just said.
Why do I ask questions? I don't ask questions, I don't learn.
Questions are fun.
Don't ask questions, I don't learn. If I don't ask questions, I don't
And that's
learn.
probably a little too late here for you guys to handle.
Oh boy.
Questions can be very fun. Just depends on what question it is. I'm sorry for the fact that I hit a cultist very, very hard because I was 13 feet tall made you uncomfortable.
No, it's the cultist that made me uncomfortable.
Well,
You
the
hit
cultist
him.
is dead, so that should make you more comfortable?
I mean, to an extent, yes.
Okay.
Well, I spoke about how we view life and death differently.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, even our enemies get burials if it's appropriate. Unless, of course, they're unnatural beings, but we would still provide them rite of passage. From
Okay,
their
I think you have the
end
wrong
to their
impression of me.
return.
I don't like killing people. I actually hate it. I just happen to have a very limited skill set.
That's good for killing people. Noted. And she kind of like shifts her chair away from you a little bit.
Okay, just because I'm good at killing people doesn't make that all that I am. I'd appreciate it if you didn't scoot away just because I said that.
Just, trying not to get
A killer upset with you.
knocked
No.
over. I would hate to be in elbow space.
She honestly just looks like her face is just completely like sobered up. And she's just quiet now.
And she leans into Cash. She's like, I did it again, didn't I?
Oh,
I accidentally offended someone, didn't I? Really?
it'll be
Really?
okay.
Okay, I'll take your word for it. You're better with people than I am. Ironically.
Much.
Oh, still better than me.
So, why do you need somebody strong? Let's get back to that.
Not me, but we'll cross that metaphorical bridge when we get there. Okay, I'm gonna go and lie down for a few hours. And she gets up from the table and walks through to where her room is and just doesn't say anything else.
Okay, and just quietly sips her drink and keeps eating.
Rex is doing the same for a little while.
Hey, Rattan.
Yeah.
I know that obviously, showing later was a big secret and a big risk, I could tell.
Kind of straightens up.
So I figure that I should, I've already mentioned how I was the bodyguard to the advisor Saran. I want to let you know the last part and what I'm deciding to do about it.
Okay.
So the reason why I was ordered to follow you guys was because they were wanting to use me to find out what powers you wield, who your mysterious deity is, because they don't know your symbol. And they were also wanting me to find information on your army. but considering what transpired in the past 24 hours, if anything, I'm gonna give them stuff that they would probably already know. Like, hey, yeah, she does have wings, and she's pretty damn good with the glaive.
And if they press you,
Try to give them false information that sounds like it's real. I am trying to actually narrow down who I would be giving the information to also. One of the letters that I'm sending is going to the person that asked me to get the information. And I'm actually trying to narrow down who I should be getting the information to.
why do they care?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. Could be tied to this cult. One of the things that now that we had this bit of downtime and I've had time to process the past 24 hours, especially with when Elizabeth was very confused about Saran still being the advisor, when he was the last king's advisor and now he's the current king's advisor, when, as she said, they normally get their own. And then how he's friends with these vampires and all this stuff. And always for quite a while, I never paid any heed to it because I never felt the need to. But there was always rumors around like the commoners of Cleon that there's always something slightly off about him.
And she kind of crosses her arms and like kicks her feet out under the table. I kind of feel like I just got kicked in the face by a horse. I don't know what to say about that. But other than thank you.
I thought you'd want to know. Oh, and also on the topic of Saran. Oh, you should see the letter I wrote to him.
Was it filled with many short, blunt, four-letter words?
Not as many as you would like. Not really. Did we technically give them to Elizabeth already? Okay. No, probably my favorite set of lines was how much fun I had being able to spend some time with his old friends, and I was very surprised about how affectionate Lady Luce was to newcomers. How she couldn't keep her arms and mouth off of me, and I had to have the help of my new friends to stop her because I was having trouble breathing.
Rex is just outright laughing at that. He's not hiding it.
Smiling.
Yeah, I've had some interesting letters to read.
But I do want to let you know, I don't know if she would be able to help. My own personal mentor from when I was back in Cleon that was helping me learn how to wield my runes and everything properly. I don't know if she would know anything, but I did also ask her if she would know, like, how what you guys are doing. Know how to bring someone back if we didn't have a body. I don't know if she would know, but I decided to ask her just in case she does.
Alright, honesty for honesty. I originally wasn't going to tell you about Leodir at all. For reasons you astutely pieced together yourself. And, regardless of what happened, regardless of the fact that, and she kind of holds up her hand with the engagement ring on it. not many people know. I would say that actually the majority of them are in this room right now. I keep it that way for a reason. And, what you just told me proves that, at least for now, that the trust he and I put in you has been well placed. I would prefer if, yeah, we don't tell Saran or anyone anything about my holy symbol, my deity, anything. I'm sure between the three of us, between all of us, we can come up with some convincing misinformation that might keep them off your back. And to be honest with you, I don't even know how it works. He certainly doesn't know how it works. We're kind of just winging it.
Yeah, it took everything in me not to laugh.
It's true, though. But I don't want you covering for me to put you in a position that could put you at risk. So, however we can try to keep that heat off of you while giving you more time to figure out where this information is going, we'll find a way to do that.
Yeah.
I appreciate you telling me that the high-ranking officials in Cleom are very interested in what I do.
I mean, can you blame them?
And she kind of gets like an uncharacteristic smirk on her face. Not really.
But no, I'm not as worried as much about myself as I am about my family who's still in Cleom. Which
Well,
I did write.
unfortunately, I've already written a letter to my king. If I would have known about this, I would have
No, it's fine.
included that.
I wrote to them just to kind of give like a, hey, everything was good on my trip for the king, and I met up with some friends who just lost someone. I'm gonna help them try to find a way to get them back, and I'll keep in touch.
I mean, I suppose if I have time before bed tonight, I can write another one before we leave and give it to Elizabeth in the morning. But
I mean, Rattan, your soldier sense is already telling you you're not sleeping tonight.
yeah,
None
Yeah.
of you are. Sorry.
yeah. I wrote a letter to the Kind King. She is aware of most of what we're dealing with, as much as I can spare in a letter. I wrote a letter to my commanding officer. I asked if any assistance that the Kind King could offer in getting us in touch with maybe a powerful cleric. To answer some questions, I tried not to divulge too much about why. And then I did write a formal apology. And she's trying really hard not to like smile in spite of herself. A formal apology to Lady Luce. Commending the loyalty of her staff and apologizing for the apparent misunderstanding due to our lack of information. I did let her know the dinner was lovely, though. Made her, biting me slightly less aggravating. Ah, fuck.
Rex pipes up and he says, "Oh, I sent a couple, one to my mentor and one to Moncade, seeing if they know any."
Oh, Lady Sweet Duff, right?
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully we'll figure something out quickly, because I don't like the idea that we're avoiding the kid because of this.
I wouldn't call it avoiding.
Well,
We're working to fix it.
but you know what I mean. I don't like the fact that I mean, we talked about it earlier. I really don't want to go back and see him until this is...
I mean, judging where we need to go anyway for most of the stuff we need, we wouldn't be heading that way. We'd go out of our way
I know,
to
I'm just
see
saying
him.
that I have a lot of feelings about everything that's going on, and a lot of them are conflicting and making me uncomfortable.
Understandable.
And now, when she kind of points at Perrin.
Well, we know what we want to do. We know what we need to get done. So, as far as immediate future, and Rax looks over at Kess.
Cash just kind of nods. Need to go home.
Is that a good thing? I'm having a really hard time reading you on this.
We'll find out when we get there, I guess. Wasn't expecting to be going home so early, so soon.
I mean, to be fair, if this is soon, I mean, you did a lot of shit in a short amount of time, so... I mean, at least where I'm concerned, that would be impressive.
Just
But,
seems
you know.
like this entire journey for me has been learning from one mistake just to make another.
And she lets out a sigh, takes a drink.
Cheryl's still drinking water, by the way, because none of you waved anyone over.
Nope, I'm not getting drunk. Are you kidding me? She wishes she were getting drunk right now with the information that she just learned, but nope, not going down that road. Anyway, she takes a drink, looks at Cass. It's good that you are learning. But at the risk of sounding, a certain way, focus on the lesson, not... Forget the mistake. Forget the mistake. Just remember the lesson. You don't have to carry the mistake with you the whole way. That's unneeded baggage. As long as you remember the lesson you learned from it, that's the important thing.
Do I forget the last mistake? I killed
she
the man you were
kinda-
trying to save.
Alright. Now for an answer you're not gonna like. You don't. You're never going to... If you own someone's death in any way, whether it was an accident, whether you were acting in self-defense, whether it was an enemy on the front line, and she kind of nods at Perrin, whether it was something completely out of your control. If you own that on any level, you are never going to forget that. But just because you remember that it happened, it doesn't have to eat at you. You can be sad, you can be angry with yourself, you can have regrets, but I think it's when you allow that to creep inside and fester that it prevents you from actually learning the lesson. And she kind of like blinks a couple of times, like she's pulling herself out of like some weird thought process.
Cass takes like a deep breath, then like a long drink of water, and
I haven't.
kind of.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Nope.
He just kind of shrugs, and I just wish I hadn't made so many mistakes on such a short journey.
We're all making mistakes. I already told you back in Moncade, I have no idea what I'm doing.
Cade was easy. They gave us money and said, go do this.
It wasn't really easy.
No, but
We didn't. I made a mistake in Moncade, and Voodwin and Volmar are dead because I was acting on instinct, and I was terrified the entire time we were down there. If I had been in my right mind, they would not be dead. They didn't deserve to be dead. At least from what I gathered. They were doing it because they had to. That's my mistake, and 2 people are dead. There probably weren't bad people to begin with. None of us are perfect, Kest. None of us are in this with clean slates, clean hands. None of us. But, I think, and I hope you don't take this the wrong way, I think you and I are a little bit too similar.
what do you mean? Slightly confused by the statement.
In the short amount of time that I've known you, and obviously what I've seen the past 24 hours, you seem to let guilt ride you pretty hard. At least if not guilt, at least regret. You need to be kind to yourself, too. or you don't heal. I've the benefit of having someone who can feel my thoughts and emotions and has my entire life of experience pulling me back from that. You don't. But you have us. And I know that I haven't really been acting in a way that would convey that to you. Wow, really?
Wrong,
Trying to be vulnerable
wrong
here?
click. Sorry,
Phantasmal forcing me?
I hit the eye
Really?
thing. All right, leave me alone.
Rattan tries to be nice. Shaprax is casting spells at her. Anyway,
Too much emotion. Nope. Pull this shit up.
And it's an int
Yep.
save, so.
yeah, Rattan would not make that. I know I haven't really been acting in a way that would convey that to you. I'm pissed. And not just at you, that entire situation was mucked up from the get-go. And I was more pissed before I slept last night, this morning. I realized that it's really not fair of me to hold you to the same standard I would hold myself, because you haven't had to deal with death in the same way that I have. Doesn't make me less mad. But I stand by what I said to you in Muncade, that I do think you're a good person. It's just going to take me some time to reconcile the fact that I'm pissed off and hurt, I guess. Like, I just hurt inside. Because you're my friend. And I think being mad at you hurts. But I don't know what to do with that yet.
I think we all hurt. We're all mad. It hasn't been that long, and we still need to figure out our emotions.
Yeah.
I need to figure out what I'm gonna say to my parents tomorrow. So that also has me a little more on edge now.
Yeah. And if you want my unsolicited advice, and she kind of just waits.
He nods at you.
Oh, I don't even know how to say this. obviously, I'm not the only one who's pissed. And she says that very carefully. Think we all felt the awkwardness in the room.
Yeah.
Do I have to, like, spell it out, or are we on the same page with what I'm talking about?
We're on the same page.
Okay. I would avoid sassing if you can help it. I'm sorry. I know why you're laughing too. And I know that seems a little unfair, considering he was the one who was staring. Laedyr's just Laedyr, and I really wouldn't sass. I know it's tempting, but rising to the bait's probably only gonna make it worse.
Didn't intend for it to come out sassy.
I know.
I just wanted him to use words.
I don't know if that's what you would have preferred.
At least I would have known.
I'm gonna be honest, I don't even know what's going on between the two of you. I'm gonna stay the hell out of it as much as I can, having him in my head. Maybe try... I don't know. I don't want any of you fighting. Unfortunately, I'm having a very hard time with this situation because I agree with him. I'll do what I can, but I really don't like refereeing the way that I have been.
Then don't.
Okay. As you say. Even though he knows everything and will probably eavesdrop, and even though he and I are intimate seems a word that falls short. Despite all that, if you need someone to talk to, or you just need someone to listen, I'm here. I can try to tell him to go away, he probably won't, but...
I appreciate the offer.
I'm still pissed, though.
And you spend the rest of dinner eating idle chatter, enjoying the tales of the heroes of Frostbane, and many, many other stories. The crowd eventually dies out. You know, it's sort of like go to your room time of night. You know, it's been a good night all in all in all. The band are great. The vibe was great. Elizabeth was Elizabeth. You know, checking in where she could, but not imposing. Giving you the last order sort of roundup. And you all go to your various rooms. I know that Rex checks out early. Earlier than the rest of you. But none of you will be able to sleep tonight. You'll get a short rest at most. But eventually, you know, time passes and the sun does start to rise. And Rattan, you get a knock at your door first thing in the morning.
Kind of like questioningly puts down whatever she's been working on, stands up, opens the door a crack.
Elizabeth's outside.
Oh, morning.
Good morning. And she hands you over a piece of rolled up parchment. Like, this arrived this morning, and I wasn't sure when you'd be leaving, so I gave it to you now. Breakfast will be served in an hour.
Okay.
Just, you know, you're welcome to stay for it. If you don't want to, make sure you pay the tab on the way out.
We'll pay the tab.
Yeah. But, yeah, and drop your keys at the bar before you leave if you're planning to
Of
leave
course.
late. But, yeah. Well,
Takes the rolled up letter.
okay. I'm gonna give you...
Oh, fuck.
letter.
I am so goddamn nervous right now. Oh, boy.
It's in the information section.
Okay.
Boys, you are also greeted by a knock on your door. But for the past 10 minutes, Peepers has been flying laps around the room. Rex, you know she's bored. She's just round and round, stir crazy owl. But yeah, you get a knock on the door. Person on the other side doesn't wait to hear you. You all know the voice, it's Lorelai, and from the other side of the door you hear, good morning. You should really get going. Sorry if you're napping, but, you know, I just don't want to be late. If you want breakfast, we have time for a little bit of breakfast, but we really should leave, like, soon.
As soon as she starts talking, Cuss is up and opening the door.
She's like, hi. And she kind of, like, tugs at her hair a little bit, and she's like, yeah, breakfast. We should do breakfast. Definitely have breakfast. Breakfast is important. Yeah.
Breakfast is important.
Okay, well, I'll see you out there. And she turns and walks out to where you can hear the bustle of breakfast forming in the bar.
Gathers his stuff and goes to get breakfast.
Rax waits for Kess and Perrin both to be gone,
Some
changes.
would-
Rax waits for Kess and Perrin to be gone, changes, and then follows back behind them.
Suddenly he has pride. And self-decency.
That is not the only time. He and Rattan both changed privately in the alleyway. I will have
Yeah.
you know. I got you, boo-boo.
And actually, in the first arc, he went into the other room where it was dark, and he changed around the corner. So, not the first time.
Yeah, but these are
I
men,
got
not
you.
Rattan.
I got you.
So were the other ones. It was Osiris, Kess, and
Yeah,
Xian.
Osiris and Cass were the ones who were like, yeah.
Regardless, you all gather your things, do your morning routines, that sort of stuff. Make your way to the bar area where you do smell the scent of cooked breakfast wafting through. Lorelei was originally perched at the bar, drinking a glass of orange juice, and then sees you all come through and makes her way back to the table you were at the night before. And just waits for you all to sort of gather at your own pace. I'd say Cass is probably first. Perrin has to put on armor, so Perrin will take a while, and then Rex is waiting for him to leave before he changes. So Rex will be after that.
Rex is just watching peepers fly around in circles, going stir crazy.
Oh yeah, she does. Like the whole time, like just round and round and round and round and round and round. And there's one time you think she's gonna forget to turn, and eventually she swims before hitting the wall. But
Doesn't even offer to help Perrin put his armor on.
He's gonna make it take longer. He's not good at it. He has no idea what he's doing.
But yeah, you all. I think Rattan is going to be the last one there.
Gotta do that whole.
It was more about the
That too.
thing.
Yeah, that too.
But yeah, so you all eventually gather. Breakfast is served. You know, it's just your standard like sausage, bacon, eggs, toast kind of deal. Orange juice, water, coffee, tea, whatever you ask for. Is added to your tab, basically. Lorelei's sitting there, kind of like pushing around, like a loose grape in a fruit salad. Just kind of like rolling it around on top of, like, in amongst everything. Not eating, just kind of playing with her food.
Rex is just quickly eating because said we want to go as soon as we can.
And I'm assuming everyone else is eating and enjoying breakfast too.
Yep.
There.
I'm sorry, I didn't even hear you.
Rattan is enjoying breakfast?
Eventually she will come downstairs. Yes.
No stairs in here.
Oh, I keep forgetting there's no stairs. Yeah, she'll come out of the bed. I don't know why I always assume that inns have stairs.
I know, it's a thing. That's specifically why this one doesn't have
Yeah,
one.
because you wanted to mess with me. So yeah, eventually she comes out of the back. Pretty sober-faced. But sits down, orders breakfast, doesn't say anything.
And it's weird because you haven't slept, but it's a new day. It's like that sort of like in limbo feeling. We've all been there. And you know, Mandy comes around, clears up the plates when you're done, refills your coffee or your drink, whatever. And you're let sit for a little bit after breakfast until Elizabeth comes over and is like, well, you know, tabs are tabs, and I hear you're leaving this morning, so I do have to do my job. I'm sorry. This is like the bit that's really feels rude, but like, this is a business, and I own it, and I have to run it.
How much is it?
Including dinner last night, and rooms for the night, and breakfast. We're talking about like 4 gold and 5 silver.
Rattan just tosses 5 gold onto the table.
And she'll dip into like she's got like a coin pack on front of her, as if she's going around just taking slips from the table. She dips in and flips out 5 more silver to you as change. It's a pleasure, and I'm sure we'll see you soon.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be back relatively soon.
Stay safe, have fun, all that jazz. They're probably going on some wild trip. So
She kind of winces when Elizabeth says have fun.
Yeah, well, like I said, if you see a big hawk eagle like thing, don't hit it.
Yeah.
Please don't hit him. He will dive bomb you. He won't actually hurt you. He just thinks it's. But I trained him better than that, but he's old. So let an old man have fun, they say, and she's muttering to herself as she's walking away. And Lorelai gets up, dusts herself off. She's like, well, you ready to go through nature's doorway?
Sure.
I'm ready.
And, well,
Hmm?
Yeah, I'm ready.
wakey wakey, and she like clicks at you both.
Yeah. Right. Leaving. Yeah.
I was just trying to think if that was supposed to be like an innuendo.
What, nature's doorway? Not
Yep.
this time. This is a literal door, technically. Kind of. I guess it's not. Good point. She turns on her heels and starts moving. And she leads you into the forest outside the edge of Cacabion. And as you're stepping out of the brewing pot, you're faced with the bitter bite of winter. And there's snow that's still falling from the sky. And it has been falling all night. There is a significant layer of snow that's covered everything. It's kind of like Frostbane, but not quite as constant. It gives a satisfying crunch under your foot, and it's deep enough to build a decent snowman or, you know, have a snowball fight, which, as you're walking around, you can see that there are children who have already started partaking in those activities. Lorelai kind of tucks up her hood and pulls her cloak around her just to sort of give herself a little bit more warmth, as she's trudging through, leading you out toward the tree line. As she hits the tree line, she turns to you all, and she gives like a very, it's almost a bittersweet smile. And she's like, well, you best take one last look, because you're not going to be back here for a while. Or, well, I don't know, maybe you will be, but now's the last chance to go and take everything you didn't take with you, in case you, like, left something lost and found, and Elizabeth will have to take care of it. She'll probably charge you for it, because, you know, like, she knows it's yours. So you've got everything, yeah? You're sure?
Yeah.
Go.
Okay, look at you taking commands. And then she turns and she heads into the tree line. And she does lead you deeper into the tree. And because of the thick canopy, the snowfall isn't as, like, thick on the ground here. But there is definitely, you know, a layer. She's very, very deliberate about avoiding certain trees, just as she was the night before. And after about an hour or so of walking, she stops in front of a really thick-trunked, grey-barked tree that stretches up and blends into the thickness of the canopy above your head. Places a hand on it, takes a deep breath, and then moves closer and places her forehead against it. Stands like this for about a minute, in silence, before turning to address you all. Well, he said he's happy to help. He knows the way to the Whisper in Timberland, and remember, once I open this door, it's straight through, or you'll be left behind. There's only about 6 seconds, so like if you get into a single file, that'll be much easier. And no offense, but maybe someone should carry Perrin? Just for, like, you know, because I really don't want to leave someone behind like I did the first time I did this.
Rattan literally gives her like that look, and then turns and glances down at Perrin, and her expression behind the mask is just blank, like she's just looking at you.
I mean, I don't know who wants to give who a piggyback or like, I don't know.
Rex
I'm
holds
not
his
gonna
bag
make it
out to
weird
Kess.
unless you make it weird.
Well, whatever. As long as you guys, you know, decide who's doing what order you're running through. The minute it's open, we're going. So, and once I'm through, I'm not coming back for you. I'm just putting that out there.
She's still just looking at Perrin, waiting for him to tell her what's going on here.
You can just, you know, do this scoop and look.
Yeah, you know, bridal style.
I mean, yeah, but I don't think he could lift you. I mean, maybe he could. He doesn't look bright to me.
And Rattan just points at Cass, or at Rax.
So you want him to carry you? I mean, I thought we were talking about carrying Perrin. Look, we need to, like, go. So, like, one of you need to scoop someone up and we need to, like, hustle.
Rex walks over to Cassie, says, "Can I put this in your bag?" And he, like, takes his bag off.
Cass just opens the bag of holding.
Rex puts his stuff in there, and he's like, "Alright," and basically crouches down so Perrin can jump on his back.
Oh my god.
Piggybacking the dwarf, let's go.
Rattan's even like, I don't know if you can...
What? I need to figure out your carry capacity.
Yeah, Rattan was like, I don't know if you can, and then she shut her mouth because she wants to see this shit.
You'll be fine.
Yeah! Rex is actually kind of strong, you jerk.
Yeah, and you're lucky that, oh, I mean, with all his gear.
That's the problem.
It's just Perrin in his gear, because he's... Well, okay. Rex is going to say, "Can you grab his too?" Pointing at Perrin. We'll put your bag in Cass's bag of holding, and then Rex will carry you.
Cass will hold the bag open for you, Perrin.
Oh, sure. I'll put my stuff in the bag.
Picks him up, and let's go.
Yeah, without his bag, you're fine.
Yeah, that's what I was... That's why I was waiting for him to give his stuff to Cass.
Heavy with armor, but like, you know, you just like you're not expecting how heavy Perrin actually is on your back, even without his gear. Like this guy's built a muscle. Like he's like
he's a healthy boy.
He's bite-sized, but he's strong. You know.
Strong
Can
boy.
we not call our fighter bite-sized, please?
I mean,
You can get a fun-sized Snickers.
how tall are you and Rax right now?
Me?
You and Rax. How tall are you both?
6'4".
6'6".
Exactly. To you, he's fun size and bite size. So don't even give me this shit.
Is bite-sized.
Bite-sized Perrin hops on your back and you're not expecting how heavy he is and you kind of like oof and kind of like have to stumble forward and catch yourself a bit, but you get hold of him easy enough. You can, without his gear, carry him.
And Rattan just watches this from like next to you and then just shakes her head and starts moving toward the tree, and to kind of like under her breath to Rex, she goes, "Oh, I am so sharing this vigil with 2 interested parties."
Rex says, "Go for it. You act like that would bother me." And he just walks off.
One day I will get under your skin.
Excuse me,
And he kind of like pokes at his scales and he's like, "It's pretty thick."
ladies and gentlemen.
So close.
Kinda
Yes.
need to, like, so, like, if you
Rex
like
is right up behind Cass waiting to go through.
I'll go last. Just to make sure that Perrin doesn't tumble ass over elbows off of Rax so she can like catch him and like push him through the tree.
Yeah. But yeah, so she waits for you all to line up, gives you sort of a nod as if like, okay, I'm about to do it, and then places her hand back on the tree as she did before. She takes a moment to focus, and then just this sudden tear in the tree just opens up with this, like, almost humming arcane energy. And for the split moment that you get to look through it, you see on the other side is just this beautiful grove of trees that looks absolutely nothing like the landscape you're in currently. And just as you're taking that moment to be like, oh, what the fuck? She's like, and move it! And she's through. Immediately moving.
I'm assuming Cass is moving immediately.
Right on her heels.
Rax holds his breath and continues through.
I go. I do not hold my
Alright.
breath, I just go.
None of you get teleportation sickness, different type of teleportation, but you know, Rax is Rax. And you break through into this grove, basically, of trees. And it is a really, really weird sensation because you run. It's basically like running through one door to another. So, like, from your lounge to your fucking kitchen or whatever, just through a door. And behind you, the split in the tree just and closes up again. And like, Rattan, it's close to your butt. Like, even as quick as you all were, it's like, yeah, like, it's like, okay.
She does like the Indiana Jones thing where she like yanked her tapestry to make sure that it actually like comes through the tree with her.
It did.
Like the very last bit, like, whoa, shit.
Yeah, she's like, oh, I told you 6 seconds. It's not really that long.
No, it's really not.
But you are now standing in this beautiful grove of trees, and what was once a thin layer of snow underneath your feet is now just compacted dirt. And there's beautiful morning sunbeams that are coming and breaking through the spaces in between the trees above you. It's, you know, it's almost as if you stepped into this like dreamlike landscape. And there's birds chirping and flitting around you, and there's a couple of foxes who are watching you from behind a tree stump. And as you take a breath of the air, is much, much fresher here than the muggy air that's in the woods of Octavia. And Lorelei sort of pulls down her hood and looks around, and there's a glimmer in her eye and a smile on her face, and taking it all in. Cass, you know these woods all too well. You're really not far from the arch that leads back to where your tribe calls home.
Cass, like, takes a deep breath and just, like, kind of relaxes a little bit, and, like, you can see, like, some of the weight of the past couple days just kind of fall off of them a little bit.
Before you did that, Rex is going to put Perrin down, just to make sure that was stated.
But he doesn't just whomp.
But it
Bite
is...
down the tail.
Whee! I mean, you can if you want to.
Rattan won't judge.
But yeah, it's peaceful. It's kind of like you're in a completely different, maybe even plane. Not sure. Cass, you know that you're not, but but she sort of Lorelei turns around and makes her way back to the tree that you've just come through. And it's a really thick, sort of, another thick trunk tree. This time it's an ash tree to be exact. And just as before, she places a hand on it, then places her forehead on it, and remains quiet for a moment, with her eyes closed.
Wait, do we have to do it again?
And then she takes a step back and bows to the tree and looks at all of you. Then goes, no, you don't have to do it again. I was just thanking the tree for our safe passage.
Okay.
Welcome, kind of officially, to the Whispering Timberland. Don't be afraid, but the trees are watching you.
Rax waves at a tree.
All of the trees look normal here.
Hey, he's just being polite.
Where you're currently standing, there's no...
Rattan does not roll her eyes. Wither did.
And, yeah, she starts sort of picking up in pace and towards where Cass, you know, is the arch that leads to your homeland. And it's probably about 20 minutes before you all set your eyes on this curved arch. And it seems to be made initially of this oddly shaped tree trunk that's kind of grew and then bent over into an arch shape. And then the longer you look at it, you swear you see things that resemble legs and torsos and arms and heads and bodies. But it's a tree trunk, you think?
Rattan has her mask on, so nobody can see it, but she's sitting there going...
And this is the first sort of sign of people trees that you've seen the entire time you're walking. Lorelei stops before it, and just as bright as she has been all morning, she turns and she smiles at you. She goes, well, as Cass knows, this is the gateway to where we call home. but please make sure you walk like directly under the center of it, otherwise you won't get through. And then she turns to look at Kez and she's like, are you ready to come home?
Takes one last deep breath. I'm ready.
And you all sort of watch as she gives a nod and continues forward, and as you expect her to pass under the arch, she disappears and doesn't come out the other side.
Okay.
Cass looks back at the rest of the group and does the same thing.
Okay.
Rex is right behind him, and as he's about to step, or what do you would imagine would be stepping through, gonna hold his breath.
And Rattan just looks down at Perrin. I guess this is perfectly fucking normal around here. Okay. And tries to like line herself up with the middle of the arch before walking through it. Like she starts to walk and she goes, wait, shit. Okay.
Rattan is wearing the soldier mode and like measure the steps with.
She doesn't like actually do it, but she kind of like centers herself and she's like,
She does that like heel to toe measurement to see how many feet it is.
no, she does not. No, she does not.
But anyway, you all
She does not. How dare you? She's not that stupid.
I mean, Walmart smart?
That is not that stupid. That's like a 6 intelligence. She has a 9, okay?
I'm giving her the amount to measure it. She's capable of that. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, you all sort of manage to make it through. You find the middle easy enough. And then after you step under the arch, you realize what she meant very quickly. Because what was once a peaceful grove has now turned into a bustling civilization of probably about 100 people, dressed in similar green and brown clothing and armors and things like that, and the noise of the population was almost like a slap in the face compared to the nature you just came from. And what was once, you know, just simple trees is now a group of people who seem to actually have homes here. There's what looks to be a sort of like a semicircle built row of cluster of huts that have been here for quite some time. You know, you can tell that these aren't like built in a day. These are like built over time. These are made by the people who live here. And in the center, there's sort of like a big, where you would expect like a well is like a big fire pit sort of thing. And all of these huts seem to be gathered as a semicircle, open-ended towards the arch that you just came through. And it's about 80 or so feet away from actually where the arch is. And you're sort of looking around and taking it all in, and the noise isn't carrying as you'd expect it to, which is why it's hitting you as loud as it is, even from as far as away. You feel like you're almost in the center of the crowd. But the first thing you do catch the look of, and immediately to the right side of you, is another thick tree trunk. But this one looks really weird, because it has what looks to be different shaped faces seeming to grow out of the trunk itself.
I wanna go home.
And faces of all different ages and all different races, and even animal faces in there too. And Lorelei sort of catches you looking at it, and she's like, well, each tree kind of has a name and an origin story here. Most are named after the people who were reborn into our woodland, but this one is the oldest one that the Dora Ward has nurtured. Father calls it the Faces of the Fallen, and he says that this was one of the first families who were ever reborn by the tree. And the way that she's speaking, she's keeping her voice down as if deliberately trying not to be heard. But she's not whispering, she's just kind of like speaking, I guess, like a museum tour guide, but quietly. To put it into perspective. And Cass, you've heard the tale before. You've heard them all before. From both Father and from Lorelei. And she sort of takes a deep breath and she centers herself and then pulls her posture taller than she has been up until this point. far more formal and with sort of a grace and an elegance that demands attention. And as she starts to walk, she's heading directly for the tribe. Or at least the area where most people are concentrated. You don't know if that's all of them or not. And, you know, it's kind of surprising to see these huts that you never saw before just in such a big area surrounding this, you know, what was once just a grove. But, you know, they look sturdy, mudwood rock huts that have stick and leaf roofs, kind of like thatching. But what does catch your attention as you're walking towards them? You're like, oh, cool, houses. You're walking past more trees. And sort of like maybe about 60 feet closer to the civilization, you're caught at the corner of your eye, and all of you are assured there's someone sitting at the base of a tree. Like, you're 100% certain that this is a person. And then you take another second glance at it. And what you in fact see is that it's not a person, it is the tree itself. That is shaped as if an individual is sitting at the base of it with a comforting hand on their shoulder. And it's a depiction of someone in deep thought. And then you continue forward and you're about 10 feet away from the camp. And you see another one. And this one is a tall tree that pulls up as if someone is standing there with their arms out. And all of what would be considered exposed skin looks like the tree is sort of forming bandages that cover it. And it is faceless. And Lorelei stops and gives a very low bow to this tree. And then you hear her speak very softly, almost as if... And Rattan, you'd be somewhat more familiar with this, and Perrin as well. People who would give prayers to those who were passed, who had passed on the battlefield. And she says, may your rebirth give you comfort and keep you connected to our family forever. This is what you see. And after a moment of sort of just almost worshipping this tree, she pulls herself back up, and finally you reach the area where the people are concentrated. And it looks like a civilization just going about their daily lives, you know. Mothers are hanging up washing, fathers, there's people, you know, whittling, and there's kids running around and mingling and all that sort of stuff. It's just general bustly life, and everyone seems happy and well-spirited, and there's a couple of people, you know, just slightly off in front of one of the other houses that are playing music together and singing and just being jovial. And then a young little red-headed girl spots Lorelei, and you hear a very excited, look, Lorelei's back! And the families who are close enough to hear that turn and face and give a little wave to Lorelei, and she gives like a very awkward like hello back, and the small girl runs up, and Lorelei sort of kneels down and goes like way down to her level because height differences, yep. And Lorelei gives like a wave of her hand, and it's very elegant, and then as she closes her hand, she's gripping onto a small pink flower that appeared as if from thin air, that matches the ones on her twisted twig crown that she wears on her. And she tucks it behind the little girl's ear, and she goes, can you tell Mother and Father that I'm back and I'm brought home? And the girl gives like a very excited nod, and she sort of like bounds off into and goes towards the largest hut, which is at the very center at the back of the semicircle in the community. Lorelei stands and dusts herself off and turns to face you all, and she goes, oh, here we are. Welcome to home. Are you okay? Is everyone alright? Is this a lot to take in?
Yeah, just experiencing everything. This is different.
Yes. We have to protect ourselves somewhere or another. You think we just slap all our houses in the middle of the woods? Come on, what kind of druids would we be? Well, to be fair, not all of us are druids, but, you know, the ones who maintain this domain are. all very quiet. Do you have questions? Anything you'd like to ask me?
No, now I'm understanding why you guys always tell me that you have a lot of questions, but not right now.
Sorry, that's Zoe laughing. There's no Lorelai.
Rattan getting a dose of her own medicine here.
And there's like, as you're waiting, Lorelai is standing waiting where you sort of are on the edge of the village, I guess. And sort of people are passing by and coming up and like greeting her and shaking her hand and bowing their head. And, you know, casual, hello, how was your trip? Da, 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 da. And she's engaging in sort of this idle chit chat. And there's a few that come up to you, Cass, and they're like, oh, welcome home. You're not really sure who any of them are because you kept to yourself for most of your time in the tribe. But, you know, they're coming up and saying hi anyway. They know who you are at least.
I've seen him before, but I don't know jack shit about him.
It's like when you live in a small town or village and everyone knows everyone's face, but not everyone knows everyone's name. You know what I mean? It's like they've been down the local pub on a Friday and you've seen them hanging out, like that kind of vibe. Or you've seen them walk into the shop one morning, or like this person walks to get their paper on every Saturday morning at 10 o'clock, but you don't have no idea who the fuck they are or anything about their life.
Right.
But it is a few minutes before, and Cass, you know these faces immediately. Two very, very familiar faces step out and push out from the overhanging curtains across the archway of the main hut's door. You see your tribe mother and father come out and start making their way towards you. And for those of you who have never met them before, you see a 6-foot-tall, caramel-skinned, muscular elven male with thick walnut brown dreads that hang down past his shoulder. The dreads are adorned with pieces of golden silk that has been woven and tied through his hair. And he's wearing simple sort of dark brown shirt and cropped pants combo with an elegant looking overcoat that has golden inlay decorations. Again, not made out of metal, made out of like stitching and silks and things like that. And it's sort of made to look like it's got leaves and roots sort of just covering him using this coat. He's barefoot and he's carrying a beautifully carved quarterstaff. I can show you this person. Dun, dun. Aha! And then to his side is...
See anything?
He didn't?
I sees it.
Yeah, you should be able to see it. It's under the Whispering Timberlands in information. Yeah.
There, now I see it.
There he is.
Yeah. And to his side stands a 5'5", tan-skinned, browny ginger-haired human female who carries herself with elegant sort of posture and pride. Her top half is sort of a very well made piece of leather armor that's made in strips of brown and green stained leather, and hooked onto the neck piece is a long green cloak with feathers that sort of hang around her neck. Her arms are almost totally covered by long brown leather gloves, and her lower half resembles Rattan's fashion choices, a pair of what you all lovingly know as battle booty shorts, and leather boots that come up to sort of her mid-thigh. She also carries a quarterstaff that's identical in design to the male walking next to her, but has been made shorter for her height. At her feet, hopping along beside her as she walks, is a small rabbit that looks like it's made entirely out of flames.
Okay.
And I will show you these two. Yeah. Let me know if you can see them.
Yep, I got her.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I got the guy. And Flame Bunny, okay.
But look at me, cute. He's adorable, little flame bunny. But yeah, they sort of, as they're walking, you know, around this sort of main pub, you know, people are moving out of their way respectfully, you know, and they're greeting them and they're saying hi back, and then they come right up to you. And as they get closer, this male is holding a very commanding and intimidating presence. Like, it's like, okay, this guy is important. like you can tell just from being close to him. And he's sort of got like he doesn't have his chin up looking down his nose at you, but he definitely holds his head high. While the woman, who now has her arm interlocked and hooked around the male's, is a much kinder, warmer aura. And they reach you and you hear the female actually starts to talk, and she addresses Lorelei first. She's like, "Aren't you as beautiful as ever? I'm glad to see you back here in such good health, Lorelei." And then she turns to you, Cass, and she's like, "And I'm glad to see you found yourself reliable people to stand by your side while you face your trial. I was worried you'd take on the world alone." She just sort of... It's almost as if it's a mother looking directly at their child, you know, taking them in, they haven't seen them since they left home for college kind of idea. And then there's a moment where it's almost as if she's waiting for a reply, and before anyone else has a chance to speak, there's a much firmer, gruffer, and weathered voice that comes from the male to her side. It's like, "Well, it's good that you took people with you. You'll need to pick one person to fight alongside you, you know, to prove what you've learned since you left, and the proving grounds wait your arrival. You have an hour, and I've organized with Black Swan to have her charge spar with you. Each person gets to pick a partner to fight with them, so it will be 2v2, and the rules will be fully explained when you get to the proving grounds. 1 hour," and he turns and he walks away. And the female lingers for a moment and gives a very sympathetic look towards Cass, and then takes a hold of Lorelei's hand, pulls her into a really warm hug. And none of you, other than Cass, know what she says, so I'm gonna pull Cass down just for a moment.
Oh boy.
Remember
Well
how she
then.
was like, "We'll cross that bridge when we get to it," and like we asked why, and she was like, "Yeah, don't worry about it." Well,
we
that
went
came
over the
up
bridge
real
already.
fucking quick.
We are at the bridge.
We
The
are at
metaphorical
the
bridge?
metaphorical bridge. Like, we should have been warned that the bridge was coming 5 miles back.
And after that, she parts from Lorelei, gives you all a slight bob of the head, and then takes off into a jog to catch up to her partner. And you're all left just standing there.
So that's what she meant.
Metaphorical bridge.
I mean, there isn't a bridge here.
That's why it's...
Technically, I made a
That's-
bridge of sorts.
Cass is like just looking between everybody, like, what the fuck?
I don't know why you're looking at me, what the fuck. I had no idea this was going...
No,
I don't
just
even
like
know.
what the fuck in general, and like looking at everybody like, what?
Yeah, Rattan's giving me the look back of like, what do you want me to do? I'm more fucking lost than anybody right now. Is the look that she's giving you. Like,
Rex just looks at you and shrugs, and he's looking around for more faces on trees.
I mean, every other tree that you look at is either covered in faces or shaped like someone is standing with either their arms open or like just in reverence or seated. Like, it's all very humanoid,
Mm-hmm.
which is uncomfortable, but none of them move. So like, it's a bit like, you know, you feel like you could go up to one and go rah and just try it, but you're not sure if you should.
Like, it definitely crossed his mind to like go up and be like, "You doing okay?" Like, hi. But he's not gonna do it.
And Lorelei sees you all like looking around confused at each other, and she's like, "Would you like to come to my house? And you can make your decision there."
I just... You know what? I'll ask when we get there.
So she kind of looks around and just like gauges all of you. I'm just like, well, this way. And she leads you off to just slightly off to the left of where the main hut is. She's very, very close. To where the tribe parents stay. And it's a smaller, but much and such the same sort of wood, mud, and stone walls with leaf and twig roof, and a simple wooden door with the carving of elk antlers in it. That is sort of like her signifying this is hers. Or at least that's the impression it gives. You know, it's not so much as a decoration, it said this is my name on my door kind of thing. And she pushes it open and it opens up into a dark circular hut with a fire pit hearth slap bang in the middle and two hammocks on the far back side of the room. Dotted around here are various cooking utensils, hunting gear, as well as a couple of chest-sized trunks with closed lids. And there are a few sort of pillows dotted around which seem to gather around the central area, as if they're on the floor to be seated on to make it comfier. And she sort of makes her way up to the center hearth, and she kind of like, she does the thing where she lifts like the pot lid and sees that it's dusty both on the outside and the inside because she hasn't been home for a while, puts it down, and then she turns to look at you guys, just like, you mind lighting the fire like you used to?
It's the fire.
How do you light the fire?
Produce
Is the
flame.
question. Good. So yeah, Kaz produces flame and tosses it at the fire, and you know, the room sort of flickers with a warm glow. Kaz, you're really, really familiar here. One of these two hammocks is your old hammock. And although it's dusty and like a little bit unused, it's definitely a simple but home. And she kind of just like fluffs up a couple of the pillows for you, and you know, like slaps them so they're not as dusty anymore, and kind of puts them down. She's like, "Well, I didn't have time to arrange for guests, but you know, this is home. Make yourself comfortable, and make a decision."
Why does Kess have to fight somebody?
It's part of the proving. He has to show what he's learned both in and out of combat, and combat comes first. Unfortunately.
Okay.
And it can be anywhere between 2 to 4 people for either side, depending on the numbers you have in your group. And it's not a fight to the death, it's non-lethal. Before you're panicking about that, no one dies.
Okay.
But it's part of proving what you've learned, both as your abilities and also working as a team. It's important to a tribe to be able to work together with people from all walks of life. Black Swan, however, is the head of training the protection details, so this fight won't be easy. She doesn't train druids.
Oh.
Druids go on a rite of passage. Everyone else who isn't has the option to live as a civilian or work the land or be a scout or be protection detail.
Okay, that I kind of... Okay, that I
They're
kind
like
of
our
relate
version
to.
of soldiers.
Yeah.
If anything should happen, they protect the people. But not many people know about this place, so like, keep it on the down low once you leave. Please.
Rattan just kind of gives like an amused chuckling sound.
Very, very few people have been here. Crow's been here.
Of course she has.
Rattan kind of flicks her eyes to Kess to see if he reacts to that at all. She's still very confused as to what went on with that.
Nope, Cuss doesn't have any reaction.
Father doesn't like her.
Rex just quietly chuckles to himself.
No, but there doesn't like many people outside the tribe, so father is father. But yes, you have an hour and I can't help. Well, not
Much.
just that. You have an hour. Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna shut up now. And she literally does that. She sits down, cross-legged, and covers her mouth with her hand.
Cass takes a seat and doesn't say anything for a minute.
Rex will take a seat on one of the pillows as well.
Tan just like leans against the wall and crosses her boot, like one ankle over the other.
I'll sit down too.
I still like look to each of the people and look at Lorelai.
Every time you look at Lorelai, she looks away from you. She deliberately avoids eye contact.
Yeah, I figured she would. I should have expected this.
The combat or the immediately throwing us into it?
Both, I guess.
Well, we can either sit here for an hour contemplating that, or we can...
Would any of you have hesitations fighting by my side?
You actually just get like a... from Rattan. From behind the mask.
Rex looks over at Rattan and Perrin and then looks back at Cass and goes, if we did up until this point, we probably would not be here right now. More than happy to help.
Just wanted confirmation. Especially after we just went through.
Considering the fact that you've all now seen what happens when I...
I guess the dogs didn't like me asking that question.
No, they did not. Sorry. She goes, considering all of you have seen what happens when I take my mask off in a fight, don't really think I have a... Honestly, that aside, I really don't think I have a whole lot of other secrets that you guys don't know about. So it's kind of all in at this point. I'm going to assume that magic is allowed. She kind of like says that loud enough that it's like aimed at Lorelai.
And there's like a moment of hesitation where you see like she's trying desperately not to answer you. Then she goes,
I don't know the rules. I don't want to piss anyone off.
it's pretty much anything goes as long as you don't kill people.
Wonderful. Well, that answers that question. That was my only hesitation.
Rex says, if it wasn't, I'm not fighting.
I just wanted to make sure before I, called down divine wrath on someone's head.
And you hear a very from Lorelai.
Non-lethal divine wrath. You know... And she does that exact same thing that she did at dinner, where she now just looks away.
So Cass would look to Rax and Rattan, and then over to Perrin, and like, no offense, Perrin, but I've known Rax and Rattan longer, so I would probably prefer if it was one of them.
No offense taken. Makes sense to me. I obviously haven't battled with, alongside you long enough to know what would be good to do.
Now I have to make a decision. I don't like this.
I'll go into the arena with you. It's just, well, if everyone's going to have that view of what I do, maybe it's best I don't. And she kind of like looks in Lorelai's direction.
She's gonna insight you to see if she can figure out what you're looking at her for. And you see her like sort of catch you at the corner of her eye, and she's like, I was more afraid of like divinity than you in this aspect. You know, divine wrath is kind of like a
I can't do
Dang.
that.
And you just said that you could.
He's not someone I can just summon at will.
But you said that you could! I'm confused!
I can imbue
This poor
my
girl.
attacks with divine magic.
Well, I don't think they're gonna have anything that's like undead. I hope.
Still hurts.
Fair. But I wasn't scared of you in that aspect. I was scared of the upper planes. Anyway,
He's not a god.
but the song said you were sent by the.
Britannia's not equipped for this. You decide, Cass. I told you, this is your game. I have all of my spells. I have all of my healing. I am about as good as I'm going to be going into a fight. But if you'd for Rax, that's your choice. Suppose it depends on your strategy going into this. If you'd rather our usual style, I'll put myself between you and whoever we're up against. If you'd rather front line, then take Rax.
Don't know what I would prefer. How much does Kess actually know about what's about to happen?
Nada?
You're
Oh.
you're muted.
No, she pulled him down.
Oh.
No, I
No,
didn't.
she's muted.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
The idea of the proving grounds is that you don't know who you're going to face. You only know the tutor or the mentor. You have no idea the students. You have no idea their abilities, and it's kind of you're going into it blind to see what you can do.
Yeah,
It is
that's
very
what I
much like
thought.
a rite of passage, proving what you've learned. And you know that Lorelai has done 6 of them.
Oh.
You don't know whether or not she passed or failed, but you know that there are multiple per druid journey. And no 2 fights are the same.
So you said the tutor was for the guards of the tribe. Yeah. Okay.
You know that Black Swan, you know the name, you don't know the face, but they've been doing this for a while. They're good at what they do.
So Castle looked to Rattan.
Yeah.
I know you're not happy with me, but I think this could give us a chance to work through some of that. So I want you to fight by my side.
Well, if anything, I might be able to get a little frustration out. But, sarcasm aside. It could work. And she just kind of gives you the nod of, okay.
You're muted.
Thank you. I was writing and I always mute when I write and I forget. So Lorelai pipes up and she's like, well, now that that's settled, we have the rest of the hour to do whatever the hell we want, but I still can't answer your questions. So, would you like, I don't know, I can fetch water or some, like, jerky or something. Or we could clean my house. I hear cleaning's very therapeutic. Take that as a no. I mean, at least it's not big. It's like a broom here and a sweep there and a dust here and a wash there.
No offense intended, Lorelai. I've been sweeping barracks for 10 years. I'm not really.
That means you're good then. And she gets up, she grabs
in cleaning right now.
And puts it out towards you as you're finishing, and then she's like,
She does not uncross her arms, and she's still leaning against the wall, and she's literally just going.
And then she casually sets it to your side and takes a couple of steps back.
Very much so, like an obnoxious cat, she uncrosses one ankle from the other and knocks the broom over with her foot, and then crosses her feet again.
And you get a pout from Lorelai.
Doesn't work on me.
Then waves her hand in a similar way as she did outside, and above your head a small cloud of rain starts falling specifically on you.
And she takes it. She takes it with no facial expression change.
So it's just like pitter-patter of rain
Yep.
on your head,
Yep.
and no matter how you move it, it's always above you.
She's not moving. She's just gonna take it. You kidding me? She grew up with Leodir.
Yeah, I know.
This is like someone who's resigned to her punishment for sassing.
But yeah, so it rains on you for the rest of the hour. You're gonna be soggy going to the battlefield.
Well, she wants me to show up that way.
But
Cass would
yeah.
say something to Lorelai, like, really? You have to?
And Rattan's just very patiently looking between the two of you. Seems like she doesn't really care one way or the other if it stops or not. Like she's already resigned herself to this. If it stops, cool. If it keeps going, cool.
And there's a sigh, and she's like, fine. And she waves her hand again, and the cloud disperses.
Takes her mask off, leans forward, and wet dog shakes her hair out.
It's not long enough for it to be wet dog
Yeah.
enough, but
Yeah. Just shakes it out, puts the mask back on.
But you engage in idle chit chat unless there's anything else pressing that you want to speak about, like, oh, I don't know, a battle strategy. But the hour
Chan's letting
point-
Tess lead this.
We already know the battle strategy.
Do we?
Rattan does Rattan things, and I support Rattan in whatever way I can. Isn't that how this always works?
Rattan
Sorry,
looks
that was
like she
cheaper,
has,
not
Rattan
Cass.
looks like she has a very mischievous plan that she's not entirely sure she wants to share. She just has that very mischievous twinkle in her eye. No, I probably shouldn't do that. I was thinking that I could and drop somebody. Knock him unconscious. I've done it before on the battlefield to great effect, but usually it's from like...
This
And,
is
not as
non-lethal.
I know, that's why I said not from that high.
You drop people from the sky and kill them?
It's war.
And there's a moment of processing, like you can see that she's trying to compute, and she's like, but still, that's a bit,
If you're unarmed on a battlefield, if you've been disarmed, you use whatever you have at your disposal to live.
shouldn't you, like, not fight an unarmed opponent? Is
If
that not,
I'm
like...
unarmed,
Yeah, but, like, shouldn't they not fight you? Is that not
most
how,
of
like...
the time on the battlefield, that doesn't matter. All that matters is survival. It's
Well, you
war.
don't have to worry about that, because no one's gonna try and kill you, so... I mean, they'll hit you pretty hard. The intent is to knock you out.
Yeah,
Okay, just making sure.
who said non-lethal?
I mean, they'll go over the rules formally. I'm technically not meant to talk about it, but I wanted to put you all a bit at rest, because obviously walking in blind with fear of death is a bad idea, but you should still hit like you're trying to kill, just don't actually kill. Because if you don't go for the kill, it's not fun.
I know not to pull my punches.
I've already said too much. If they find out, this is bad. Anyway,
I'm not gonna say anything.
the trees have ears. Literally.
Oops.
Oh no. May the winds of change be forever in my favor. And you idle and chit chat for the rest of
Well, I
Wanna-
was gonna say something to Cass.
go.
So this is going to be a little bit different because instead of it being 4, 5, 6 of us in a fight, this is going to be you and me. Whatever you can do to stay behind me is a really good idea. I have a pretty good reach, and they're gonna have to waste a lot of time getting around me if I'm between you. So,
Noted.
however you can position yourself to stay behind me is good.
I'll do my best.
Alright, these notes are important. But yes. So idle chit chat for most of the rest of an hour. It's probably about 5-10 minutes until you assume the hour is up. When there is a very firm triple thud on the wood of the door, just bang, bang, bang. And without hesitation, you hear a now familiar male's voice, familiar more to Cass and Lorelei than it is to any of you. And just a Cass, Lorelei, it's time. I will lead those unchosen to the proving grounds. Step outside and follow me. I will accompany you there to the viewing platform. Lorelei, you know what to do afterwards. And you hear two very kind of heavy, like footfalls just take like a side step away from the door, as if waiting for it to open. And Lorelei goes up, opens the door, and she's like, "Well, the two of you, Rex, Perrin, please follow Father."
Rax nods and heads up.
Catan and Cass go pee.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
So, you both step outside and are greeted by this time a respectful bow of the head from the father of the tribe. But no more than that, and no more than what is required to be considered polite.
Rex
Before he turns
gives.
on his heels, he leads you. Sorry.
I was gonna say Rex does the same.
And he leads you around the back of the main hut, where you know that he and the mother of the tribe stay. And he leads you further deeper into the woodlands. And as you're walking, you hear the faint sound of whispering all around you in a language that neither of you understand. And as you look around, you see that all of these trees have faces of some description. And they're the source of the whispering. Literally, their mouths are moving. It's the only part of them that is. But you carry on for about 10 minutes until you come to a narrow path that is lined with thick rose bushes. And before long, it sort of opens up into this much wider area with a number of stones and thick trees and bushes, and there's a small area with water in it. And there's a few scattered stone bowls that are holding flames that are currently lit. And they're burning brightly throughout the area. And as you pass up through this area and you're led up to a set of stone steps, which then come to a stop at the top of a small mound, which you assume was at one point just a natural hill. You are made very abundantly aware from this view that this is definitely some kind of arena. It has been made specifically for these kind of events. And the stairs themselves are probably the best view you could have, other than, being blocked by natural occurrences like tree trunks and what have you, but you're about 30 feet up above everything sitting up here. The bank is 30 feet up. And you can hear the sound of what sounds like a sort of like a bamboo or a wooden flute being played. Can't see anyone else in the arena currently. You're led to some benches where you're seated, Rex next to the father and Perrin next to the mother of the tribe. And little Bunny is just sitting there by her feet, being cute, doing bunny things. And they sort of give a bow of their head to each of you and then just sit quietly. And there's this odd, still silence, and there's not a breeze blowing through here as you'd expect in a woodland area, especially since you're sort of on a higher embankment. It's just kind of still, and the whispers that you heard before sort of fall quiet. Is there anything you'd like to say or do before everyone else turns up?
No. Rax said he would keep his mouth shut.
Don't say anything.
Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Actually, you know what? Go pee.
Okay.
Hi everyone! I missed you!
I got back just in time.
So Rex and Perrin you finally see coming from the same pathway that you walked up with the rose bushes. Cass followed by Rattan, followed by Lorelei. Single file. And Cass and Rattan, the first time you're walking into what Cass you know is the proving grounds. Rattan, you're figuring it out very quickly.
Yeah, she no dummy.
You both hear the sound of something like a flute but made of bamboo. Not a pan flute, but like an actual flute that's made of wood or bamboo or something similar being played. But you don't see anyone actually in the pit playing any musical instruments. You're sort of reaching the end of the path, and Lorelei's kind of giving you a scoot head nod forward, and you see, coming from the opposite side of the proving ground, down a very similar path, two individuals. You see a powder blue colored tiefling male, basically with a dark cloak that's covering all of his body currently, with a hood pulled down, white hair, that's been braided partially to keep it off of his face, followed by a white-haired woman wearing an exactly alike black cloak that just covered. And they're sort of making their way forward and progressing into the proving ground.
Rattan's just following Cass.
So you walking forward?
This is all you, homie.
Sorry, I got a phone call real quick.
That's okay. Wow. Is anyone else nervous? I'm nervous.
Rax is
This
like
ain't
moderately
vampire.
nervous, but he's just glad he's not in the middle of it. I'm gonna be
He's
honest.
like, thank God he didn't pick me.
Rex is sitting out there going, I am so glad that's your ass down there.
Well, more along the lines of like that was the better call because
No.
I'm gonna back the fuck up. Like,
Yeah.
click my goddamn heels and I'm gone. I'll stand like at the rose bushes and like hide behind a rock and just pew pew pew.
So I
While Cass is
kind
being,
of
like,
missed
slammed into the
most
ground.
of what just happened.
Oh, we were just
I
talking.
can explain it again. So you're led by Lorelei past the main hut in the village. The leaves around the back and further deeper into the woodlands. And as you're walking,
Yeah,
you're
no. I
surrounded by-
got up until like where we were here, and like everybody got back together, and then like as soon as you started explaining what happened, my brother called me.
Okay,
So-
I mean, all that happened is that Lorelei lined you up, told you to walk forward into what you know as the proving grounds, and you hear the sound of a wooden flute being played, but you can't see anyone in or around the arena playing an instrument. Pardon me. You're sort of given a nudge to walk forward, and you see it first at the opposite side on a pathway that looks very similar to yours, lined in roses. A powder blue-skinned, white-haired tiefling with a black cloak that covers his whole body, and a woman behind him with white hair with an identical matching cloak. Who are progressing into or towards the proving ground. Are you continuing to walk forward?
Yes.
You should see your token. You can move your token.
Okay. I don't know like how far I need to go.
So as you both get there, you watch as Lorelei takes up a spot and basically blocks your exit, and so does the woman at the top edge that was following the tiefling. And before you really get a chance to sort of like get the lay of the land and see like, okay, this is a good place to hide, this is da. Before you get a chance of that, you're surprised by the fact of how loud this woman's voice is as they call out above the battle arena, which is basically all it can be called. And you see now where your friends are, as well as the mother and the father of the tribe. They're up on a 30-foot high embankment, and there's a bit that's been made to look like a viewing platform that's been flattened out, and there's been benches put upon it. And her voice comes out soft but loud, and she's like, Dorward, we have called you to the proving grounds to witness the first official test for Kess, Lorelai's disciple. And you all hear immediately, in what was just the silent area with the sound of a flute playing, this roar of a crowd that you didn't even see was there. And the sound erupts from the entire edge of the arena. Like, between the trees that are lining the outside, you just hear, yeah, woo! You know, like, the entire tribe is there. And they're sort of just, like, huddled, but it's basically like they're forming the outer ring. Even though it's a 30-foot incline, you know, they're there as, like, the extra barricade. And she kind of, like, dulls the cheers, and she puts her hand up, and she's like, Cass has taken the first steps on his journey, his rite of passage as a druid of our tribe. And on this day, he stands to show us all what he has learned along his way. With a chosen friend by his side, he'll do battle with a current disciple of Black's, the dragonkin you all know as Pikoti. And you hear the crowds burst into cheering again and chants of Pikoti, Pikoti! And then she sort of like, she raises her hand and she, you know, dulls the crowd again. And she's like, now for the ground rules. First, no outside interference. If you were caught cheating, your time with our tribe is done. You will be cast out. End of story. Secondly, you may only use your own skills and that of your battle partner. Use the area and the arena to your benefit. Show us the abilities you've learned and the power of your might. Third, no lethal action is to be taken. This fight is not a fight to the death. This fight will go to the point that both team members are unable to battle until someone forfeits or until either myself or Laro has a chance to intervene. Fourth, you cannot leave the arena. If you go back beyond the bush of roses, or you enter a spectator zone, it is an immediate forfeit. This fight is important for both of you. Kess, you're to prove what you've learned on your travels, the progress you've made on your rite of Pikoti, you're to prove your strength that you have gained through the training and show the might of a warrior that will one day protect our people. If you are ready, please take to the center of the ring. And with that, the crowd just bursts into cheers, you know, half is yelling for Cass, half is yelling for Pikoti. There's some other mishmash of words in there that only Cass will understand, and Lorelai, and Peepers. But basically, like, there's just cheers and yelling and, like, excitement, and it's almost like you're in a Colosseum battle, not just a little place in the woods. And as they're coming forward, you know, this 6-foot-tall, powder blue-skinned tiefling male with white hair glistening as he walks, he sort of stops under this first tree here, and he sort of, like, pushes back the flaps of his cloak and just sort of, like, not so much exposes himself, but, like, you can see what's underneath a little bit better, and, you know, you can see that there's, black leather armor, and, you know, you can tell that he's, you know, rigged for battle, but you don't know what his weaponry are. And from this distance, as you sort of reach the middle of the arena, you can also make out a little bit more of the features of the woman behind him. And this woman has a big scar across her face, that runs across one of her eyes that looks like she might be blind in it because of the incident. Whatever happened to her. Cass, you've seen her going around before. You can now put a face to the name Black Swan. Finally, after all of your years. And you sort of get into the middle, and all of a sudden you hear the sound of the flute stopping, and then from up in one of the trees, Oi! Mephi! catch! And you watch as he puts out his arms, and from the tree you see a beautiful blue-scaled dragonborn woman leap down from a thick branch that she had been rather comfortable on sitting playing a flute. She lands very comfortably in his arms, and he doesn't even sort of like, he takes like a bracing stance, but he doesn't even seem phased when she lands there. It's almost as if they've done this hundreds of times before, like it's a practice routine. And he lets her down onto her feet, and now you get a look, and you gather that this is probably Picoti. And you hear the male speak, Pico, do you always have to make such a dramatic entrance? And she's like, oh shush now, Mephi. What fun is it without a little bit of flair? He's like, but Pico, this is serious. It's like, Mephilas, enough. And he sort of just takes a sigh. He's like, and the mother interrupts the bickering. Is like, come on now, choo-choo, and like ushers you both forward.
I guess.
Have I heard this exchange between the two of them?
They're not being like, they're not being
I'm just
quiet about
clarifying
it.
for RP reasons.
They're not being quiet about it, but with your passive, probably not.
Damn.
You'll have seen them interacting with each other. The most you've probably caught is like, probably the Oi Mephi catch, because she yelled it.
Yeah.
And then also, but Pico, this is serious. I'll show you. The people that you see.
As we start walking toward the center of the arena, she's just going to very quietly murmur to Kess, okay, so how strong of a message am I sending?
Don't hold back.
Noted.
And you get up to the center, they walk to about here. Still sort of like, not quite bickering, but like there's a different bit like, are you ready? Yeah, you ready? Same as always, same as always. You know, like the back and forth, similar to like you guys, but much more lighthearted. And the mother of the tribe raises her arm.
I'm going to position myself directly behind Kess, looming over him.
Okay.
I am going to ignite the illusory flames on Alefira.
Okay.
And spread my wings behind Kess.
Okay, so you do all of that, and then you see the dragonborn woman kind of just chuckle. And then you hear, it seems someone wants to jump the gun before I even said it was time to begin. This is from the mother of the tribe. I'll overlook it this once, I guess, since they don't know our customs. But traditionally, it's wait to be told to go, and there's a very firm, like, bad girl in her tone. And it's like, but to save you all any more waiting, since you're all excited, I declare the match in the proving grounds officially beginning now. I need you both to roll initiative.
I was trying to make you look cool, homie.
You tried!
I did. I tried to make him look cool. Oof.
Oh, I shouldn't have been rolling that to GM, but
That doesn't matter for
It went through.
Yeah.
Ay, ay, ay. Can I
Well, there goes
use my
the
inspiration
one
to
natural
reroll initiative?
20.
You can.
Okay.
You can use a DM inspiration on any roll.
Okay, I'm just gonna go ahead and do that, cause oof.
Of course, I roll my natural 20 on my initiative.
Oh, so did Picoti, don't worry.
So much better.
Okay. So, It is Coty up first. And you see like a little... There's a little mischievous glint in their eyes. And they come right up here. Give a very, like... There's almost like a crooked smile as they pull their flute back to their face. I'm blowing it.
Oh no, it's a fucking bard.
But you don't hear any sound come out. And in fact, you don't hear any more sound at all.
Oh, you bitch.
The cries of the crowd die and dull out. You can still see them going nuts. But yeah, you can't hear it. You can't hear the sound of the flute either. I'm gonna get a thing for you so that you know where the radius for this is.
Cool.
Because I measured this out because I knew I'd need it.
Fucking silence.
Right here. You are correct.
I know my shit.
Mm-hmm.
This hooker.
Rude. And then after that, they draw a scimitar and swipe at you.
At who?
Cass.
Okay. I'm sorry, I can't do anything. I don't have my glaive out, dude.
So that's a natural 13 on the dice without any modifiers.
Yeesh.
Yeah.
This is why you wanted our ACs earlier.
Yep. Partially because of that. Oh boy, so you take 4 points of slashing damage as they slice across you with a scimitar that looks strikingly similar to Rax's. That ends their turn. Cass, you're up! Cass?
I know. I have new things, and I'm just making sure I know what they do.
Okay. I dumped you into combat you weren't expecting it, sorry. I'm just gonna pop that. Oh, wait, hold on. Just so you know what it does.
Oh, question. Can I still cast verbal spells in
You
silence?
cannot currently cast full spell. Cass wouldn't know that. Because he's never been afflicted by silence before. What you doing?
Oh,
If you don't act, I'm gonna skip you.
okay. I'm doing this on this guy. Oops, on not the one right in front of me.
On Mephilas?
So
Okay.
a 23 to hit.
23 does hit Mephilas. Please roll
So 9 piercing, and then it's a DC 16 save for the 8 cold damage.
damage. So what kind of save?
I think it's Dex.
I would
Dex.
assume it's dex.
It's Dex. Here, I'll
Because I think it's the explosion.
yeah, it is. I'll
Okay.
I thought I had
DC,
it.
what was it? Sorry?
16.
He just makes your saving throw.
Oof.
But he does take 9 piercing damage. Is it no damage after that? if he makes a save, like no
Yes.
ice damage?
Yes.
Okay.
The save is it saver sucks.
Okay,
Yeah.
so have fun because he's a way to hellish rebuke you.
Ah ha ha ha! Oh no, he's
So you take 14 points of damage.
Is it not a deck
Um,
save?
Yeah, or a deck save, which is awful. But make a deck save. You fail.
+4. +4, not that it helps.
You still fail,
I'm trying to.
but it's also really not that high a DC.
Here, I'm also gonna put my aura of protection up for you so you know what that is.
Yeah.
Said 14 of what?
Fire damage. And it's just, you throw this ice knife at him, it doesn't seem to do exactly what you'd hope it do. The explosion doesn't seem to catch him as much as it did, as you wanted it to. And then all of a sudden you just feel this burst of flames erupt from basically your chest. And just like, completely encompass you, burn you, and then fizzle out.
Okay, another question. Can I use a reaction on that?
You can't react
Or-
on your turn.
Okay.
I don't think. Unless it's specifically like a Polar Master or something. No, you don't get that, do you? As a reaction on your turn, it's a bonus action, isn't it?
What?
To whip the other end of someone.
It cost my bonus action to do that.
Yeah. So, you can't get a reaction on your turn.
Okay.
Unless it was like a counter
My
spell.
Fact check me.
But...
Yeah, counter
Dog
spell.
is like screaming at me, so I'm gonna go let her out real quick.
Tan.
Cool.
Tan doesn't know what silence is either. But
Nope.
she's deaf now.
Yeah,
Which is
she doesn't
scary.
like that. She doesn't
Yep.
like that. She's gonna pull Alifira off. And
Mhm.
I actually have to check this now. I don't think... You know what? No, I'm gonna save it. I'm just gonna lay into her first and see how she takes it.
Okay.
So... A whack.
Just hits.
Okay. And slashing damage.
Nice.
Another one.
Yep.
Okay. And you know what? So I'm confused on this. Do I have to clarify it before I make the swing that I'm doing it? Or is it just I have to clarify it before I do another one to use Alifira?
Alifira. So you lit Alifira? Remind me?
Yeah, the flames are going. I'm asking about the...
Okay. So you...
If
can
I'm
do it-
choosing to use the...
It's basically the same as a smite. You have
Okay.
to activate it.
Oh, okay, I'm
but-
just asking if I have to clarify it before I make the attack that I'm going to do it, or if I can just
No,
do it once.
it's-
Okay,
Once you hit.
okay. So
but
let's
it-
do an...
Is a verbal command.
Oh, fuck, it is.
So you try and do it.
Yeah, so that's totally fine. I already said that I was gonna do it. I forgot that I had to say the word. So nothing happens and it just does the...
Regular damage.
Yep. So that's 7. That's piss. And then, yeah, she'll whip it around for the... 23?
Mm-hmm.
For 8.
Okay. Awesome.
And then 5... 15. Should have done that first, but oh well. All of them hit.
It's now Mephilas' turn. And he is going to come right up behind you.
Mm-hmm. Smart man.
He's going to draw a dagger.
Mm.
He's gonna try and hit you with it. So that will not hit return.
Out of curiosity.
16.
No.
No. Yeah, but that's his turn.
Okay.
Cody's up. Cody is going to... And you're gonna hate this. Use a cunning action to disengage.
I don't have Sentinel yet.
But also, you know, cunning action.
Yeah.
there. And then she going to hold an action.
Lovely.
It would be Cass's turn. Instead, he's taking his dog out. Hi,
Oh, he's back. Cool.
it's your turn.
Unless you don't want me to be here, I can leave again.
I mean,
This is
fight,
your
bro.
thing. Like,
Yeah.
I'm literally here because of you.
Mm-hmm.
So Cass is going to 5, 10, 15, 20. This right?
There is, so I don't know if you can see them, but I've tried to put like indicators of where the tree trunks are under the trees.
Yeah, I kind of see him.
I can pop them to the front if you need me to.
Nah.
But it was just so that you knew how thick tree trunks were, so you could
Yeah.
see if they have cover or whatnot. But they thick. Anyway, sorry. Interrupted.
Just to make sure.
Make sure what?
Wanted to make sure I was looking at the right thing. I'm going to do this again on
Okay.
it not hit. I'm assuming.
Well, who were you
I'm doing
aiming
it
at?
on
Because Piccone has full cover from you.
Cody. Oh, Cody does. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll be full cover there then.
3/4 cover.
Okay. Well,
Maybe
then
half.
I'll try to attack, and I miss anyways. So.
Yeah. Okay.
And that'll be the end of my turn.
For 10.
Cool. Well, he's now rotated that way, so 5. I know I'm still gonna be in it. Right there. But that's like the best position she can get without leaving his threatened space. So now she's gonna he just tried to come up and shiver, she's gonna go at him now. 22?
Yep. Nope.
And then bat.
Yep. Okay.
And that's gonna be my turn because I'm not provoking.
Alright, well, it's now his turn. He is going to give you it right back, or at least attempt. He's going to. Yeah, he's going to attack you with his dagger. 26 to hit. As he's basically
No,
gonna
it's too high.
He's gonna aim for like that bit in your armor that you can just like stab up into. I need
the part
you
that's
to
like
make it-
underneath her breastplate.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Oh, this motherfucker.
Need this one.
That is a 17.
You passed. Good. Sorry, I was doing math.
I'm checking something else too, really quick. Okay, sorry. No, I already have it calculated in for myself. I can't do that for you guys, but
Makes
because
sense.
I always get the bonus, I gave myself just a passive +4.
Okay, so you take. I just calculated this twice.
This is gonna hurt.
7 points of stabby damage.
Yep.
You made the throw,
Mm-hmm.
so you don't take any extra damage from whatever the extra effect was.
Okay.
And then he's gonna use his bonus action
Do it
to
again.
disengage
You motherfucker!
and go up here. Which
Hate them.
then
Hate them.
triggers Picote's action. which she then gets. I need another dice. Jesus, this dice. She then does that to herself. The silence dissipates. Yeah, I mean, you don't see the difference, but, you know. Gone.
Well, I can suddenly hear it again because I was still in it.
Yeah, you're like, whoa, and like, the cheering is overwhelming. It's just like, suddenly, it's like, you know when your eardrums, like, get filled with water?
No,
in the
it's when you
pool and then it
accidentally
comes off?
turn on your Spotify and forgot that the
Yes,
volume was
that's what-
maximized, and you're like, ah!
Yeah, and then it's Picote's turn. So, they, Rutan, I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
Okay, but I'm better at those. Oh, only slightly better at those. Okay. That was a 12.
You fail. And suddenly, you cannot help but burst into laughter. Like, to the point that you become incapacitated and fall prone. Yeah, get up.
Tasha's hideous laughter, huh?
Uh-huh. It sure is.
I
Great
fucking
spell.
know all of these spells, and I'm gonna hate all of them.
So, yeah, you are now inflicted with Tasha's hideous laughter.
Great.
You can,
It's at the
repeat-
end of my turn.
yeah, at the end of your turn.
Or if I
or-
take damage.
If you take damage, correct. And then Picote is gonna go up here. And I believe after that, actually, no, she's not. She's gonna stay where she is. Cass.
From the other side of the tree, just low-key Rattan just cackling.
Okay, do you have to see a specific area for that?
Choose a point that you can see on the ground within range.
Okay,
So,
so
I'm
they
gonna-
both pretty much have cover from you.
If I can do it here, it's a 20-foot cube from there, right?
From this one?
Yeah. If I can see that point, 20-foot cube would still hit both of them.
Sure would. So they have to make what kind of saving throws?
Dex save. That should have been in the...
Nope. You rolled it as just the damage. But we
I
can
had them...
sort that later.
If you entered it by yourself, it might
Actually, you
kind of
have to
screw
do
up.
this. Yeah.
Yeah, but I did it before, and it... When I popped it last time, it did it right.
Oh.
Oh, no, it didn't. I lied. I thought it did.
Alright, so first off is Mephilas, who makes a dex save. And what was your save?
16.
Means it fails, but it takes it anyway.
Getting throw dex.
Sorry, numbers are.
Mm-hmm.
So he takes half damage, and she needs to make. Dun, dun, dun. Wow, they both rolled the same number. Yep. Okay, so you think you catch them both.
And then... 5, 10, 15, 20... 30?
Okay,
And end my turn.
for 10.
Laughing my ass off.
Yeah, you can repeat your saving throw.
I am laughing my ass off.
Hysterically. In tears, they're streaming down your
24.
face. But you do make her save. So you are now no longer laughing.
But that is my turn.
Yeah. You can take the little prone. Well, you're still prone, but you're not laughing anymore.
Yeah.
Mephilas' turn. He is going to dash right up to here,
Yeah, I'm a prime target right now.
and then he's going to take a couple of stabs at you. And because you're prone, he gets advantage, right?
Yep, prime target.
So the 20-foot cube is difficult terrain. Just
Yeah. That's okay. He has more than enough movement.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
I just wanted to make
Fucking
sure.
rogues.
Rogues. Yep.
Fucking rogues,
Yeah.
dude. I understand everything that's happening to me right now because that's my class of choice.
So it's a 20 to hit Rattan.
Yep.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
This motherfucker. 26.
Which you pass. But wow, are you fucking wow? Okay. You take 13 points of damage.
Ow!
But you don't take the extra 15 points of poison damage because you passed the save. But he ends his turn there. Then it's Picotti. Which she can get right up here. And then Picotti is also going to slash at you. With her
Okay.
scimitar.
Yeah, also advantage.
20 to hit.
Yeah.
You take 16 points of damage.
Ow.
And she slashes again.
I'm bloodied.
22 to hit.
Yeah.
You take 6 points of damage, and then she slashes again.
Yeah.
For 21 to hit.
Yeah.
Which gives another 6 points of slashing damage.
Rattan bloodied.
And then she just kind of flicks her head at you, Cass, and she winks at you. It is now your turn. What you doing? S?
I'm doing a thing. And
You're on Rattan.
yes.
Okay, so Rattan, please take some healing.
Still bloodied, but appreciated.
Anything else you'd like to do?
He's gonna move again. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
Okie doke. Rattan,
Oh,
you are
God.
prone. You're muted.
Okay, I'm gonna use half my movement to stand up.
Mm-hmm.
And... Fuck. So for my bonus action,
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna cast a Vow of Enmity
Mm-hmm.
on
Picotti.
Cody. So flip that over, toggle that off. It's my bonus action. For my action, fingers behind the mask and she flips it off her face.
Ooh. Okay.
She's pissed. She's pissed.
I mean, rightfully so.
So the mask comes flipping off and thuds into the dirt, and out of her eyes and her mouth come pouring that radiant energy again, and it just
Can you put the
emits.
second,
Yeah.
second thingy on, please?
Yeah, because she's emitting bright light
But
within
also, I
10
need to
feet of her. And
Right.
ouchies.
Mm-hmm. And what's the wording when they start their turn there?
So lasts for 1 minute. Da-da-da-da. No, it's at the end of their turn.
And
They take the extra damage.
Okay.
But that was my action, my bonus action, so I can't actually hit them to do the other thing.
Nope. It is now Mephilas' turn, and he's watching you spewing radiant energy from your eyeballs and your mouth. He's not about that life, but he's still gonna try and hit you.
Of course. Why wouldn't he?
So, again with the dagger. So I need a Constitution saving throw, please. It's a 26 to hit.
Jesus fucking Christ.
They could.
I can't keep making. I cannot keep making these all day, dude. Natural 20.
Yeah, you're perfectly fine. So you take 6 points of piercing damage, 17 points of sneak attack,
Ow!
and no poison damage.
Rattan is like, I don't even know if we have a quantifier for this.
And then he stays there.
So at the end of his turn, he takes 3 points of radiant damage.
It singes him, but he sort of like grits his teeth and just like shakes it off. Hikoti's turn now. And she knows what she gotta do.
I
to
know.
take advantage of her situation.
Yep.
An 11 misses. She
Yeah.
strikes again. A natural 20. For...
Doesn't matter.
yeah,
It literally doesn't matter.
including sneak attack damage, it doesn't.
It didn't matter to begin with.
So, yeah, Rattan hits the dirt. What does that mean for your radiant consumption?
It doesn't stop.
Cool!
It just does your transformation last for a minute or until you end it.
Oh, there we go, so it's a minute.
So it keeps
Regardless.
fucking going.
Regardless, you're down.
However, Vow of Enmity also stays.
You're down.
Yeah.
So
She goes down hard.
I need to check real quick.
But my Aura of Protection does drop. I have to be conscious to grant that.
She moves 5, 10, 15, 25, 35, 40. You know what? Yeah, she comes right the fuck up to you. And she does, like, with her free hand, she just does, like, a little bit of a finger wiggle. It is your turn, however. Rattan, obviously you're unconscious, you don't need to make death saving throws, it's non-lethal damage.
Yeah.
Bonus action, heal Rattan
Okay.
for 6. That's the end of my turn.
Okay, Rattan, you're conscious again.
Mm-hmm.
6 hit points. You're prone. And it's your turn. Mephilas is still in your face.
Yeah, I'm sure he is.
While you're on the ground, you know what? I'll give you a free perception check.
Okay. I'll take a free thing. I'm not very perceptive.
It's enough to notice the ooze dripping off the end of his dagger. He stabbed you with it a few times as well. So it's definitely coated or putting something out the tip of it.
Is that allowed?
You
that
don't know.
allowed?
You can ask afterwards.
Yeah, she gonna.
But anyway.
I'm sorry, I'm checking to make sure because I think both of these things are actions. Action and yeah, okay. Well, I gotta do what I gotta do. I'm gonna dump all 30 points of lay on hands into myself.
Okay.
I have to. I'm getting my fucking shit kicked over here.
Mm-hmm.
So she just like slaps her hand into her own chest and poof, the full 30 points, and yeah, I use half my movement to stand up.
Awesome. Okay.
And I keep emitting my radiant energy.
Which
so
makes me take
at
damage
the end of
again.
my turn, I take 1 point of damage.
Awesome. Okay. Well, he's still gonna try and stab you again before he leaves. So, That misses, but he's still gonna cunning action disengage.
Smart.
He is going to come past Cody and step.
Fuck.
Cody's turn. She's going to, instead of taking her swipes, she's going to reach over and put a hand. You know what? No, actually. She's going to cast a spell. And she is going to heal both of them.
I love how you said she's gonna cast a spell, and my immediate reaction was, I don't know what the fuck you want me to do about that. I got counter spell.
Plus Tinky. So they both get that amount of healing.
I'm doing everything I did.
Cool. And that ends her turn. Yes.
I'm going to bonus action, wild shape, giant constrictor snake.
I have a token for this. Hold on. Do I have S? Oh, it's in Duskbane. Hold on. Let me go back to Duskbane. I was like, I have a
Let's
token for this.
never go back to Duskbane.
Rude. They were great with their hospitality. You guys fucked them
Dinner
up.
was great. Dinner was great.
Hold on. I will get your token. Bear with me. We're here. Jesus. All of them at. Aha! What? There you go.
I'm going.
I'll move you away for now. Ta-da!
Odd Picote.
You miss.
I don't know why that's on advantage. Or
You missed
disadvantage,
either way.
sorry. Yeah. And that ends my turn.
Okay, Ratan.
Okay, I'm really sorry, Cass, but I did this, and you're shapeshifted, so Ratan's gonna come in like a bat out of hell. I think even if if I'm gonna get within striking range, I'm gonna have to hit Cass. Because even if I'm up here, I'm gonna hit him.
Yep.
So full commit. Alright, so I can get here and still hit her, because Polar Master, I have a 10-foot reach.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna get right there. Huh?
You can still try to hit her, yes.
Well, yeah. I have advantage, though, because still Vow of Enmity.
Mm-hmm.
So she's gonna get all of this, hopefully. Oh, honey, you got a big storm coming. We're gonna dump a second level Divine Smite into that, non-lethal. Some's face right now.
Non-lethal divine smite, like
Non-lethal max Divine Smite.
I am gonna say when you crit, if you knock them to 0, you're gonna kill them.
Oh, with a Divine Smite?
If it's a natural 20, it will always kill.
Oh.
Because
well, now
it
I'm
is
scared.
like, the full extent of your power.
Now I'm scared.
Well, you gotta do it. You said you were doing it.
Well, I didn't know that. So
I've never had to say until now. You've never rolled that
what
20
do
in
you
a
want
critical
from
moment.
me? Okay, so here's the physical damage. So that's piss. So that's actually 16 points of slashing damage. God, that's fucking piss. And then where is at second level? Oh god, this is gonna be so bad. I hope I don't kill her. Oh, thank God I rolled shit on that one. So that is actually plus 5 plus another 11.
Minus 11.
Well, no, so it's
The second set. The Divine Smite is
the
11.
Divine Smite. No, the Divine Smite is 6 plus 11. So 17.
Okay, yeah, Cody's not looking so great.
Is she bloodied?
Uh-huh.
Okay. I needed to know.
Cody is bloodied.
All right. She going again
Okay.
for a 20 to hit.
Mm-hmm.
And let's do a first level Divine Smite on that one as well. Because now I'm a little concerned. Oh! Oh! Fuck! Non-lethal!
Uh-huh. Thankfully, because the
The Radiant took her down.
yeah, the radiant was all you needed.
Okay.
I'm just double checking a thing.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so Cody is unconscious.
Okay. And then...
Does that, because she dropped to 0, your vow of enmity goes off?
Correct. Now it's gone. Now I'm gonna step up here.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I can reach with a 10-foot reach. I think I can hit him. Yeah.
I'm gonna say because you're reaching over the body and around the snake, it's gonna be
Yeah.
a disadvantage.
You know what? Fuck it. I've got the movement. I'm gonna flap up and fly like right over him. Like I can't put my token where I want to be, but she's basically gonna fly like right above him and whack down with the glaive.
Mm-hmm.
And I will be adding the extra radiant consumption damage into this attack. I'm very glad I didn't add it onto her.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Because I might have fucking killed her.
Yeah.
So here is the, not an advantage. This is my butt attack.
Your butt attack. Okay.
My butt attack, a 23.
Yep.
And just for good measure, not only does he get the radiant consumption, he's gonna get a first level divine smite as well. Hey, Rattan's mad! They knocked me unconscious! Oh, this is gonna hurt. Again, non-lethal?
Mm-hmm. It's not a nat 20, so you don't have to worry too much.
Okay.
If it was a nat 20, it would be different. but-
Oh my god!
Wow! He is still standing,
Okay, and then...
but he's bloodied.
Okay, I'm sorry, Cass, I'm not turning it off. Oh, actually, before that, I'm gonna move far enough. Well, I'm up in the air, so I want to be up in the air enough. I'll use, like, the rest of my movement so that Picody is not in the radius of my radiant consumption.
She's gonna be.
Fuck. Then I'm just gonna back off.
Okay.
I have to back off, otherwise I'm gonna kill her.
It's
Hang on. I gotta check this. At the end of my turn, he takes another 3, and Cass, you take 3.
at the end of your turn.
At the end of... Oh, sorry, yeah. At the end of each of my turns, it's the extra radiant. Sorry.
Okay, so it's not the end of.
Yeah, it's the end of my turn. That's my bad.
Okay. Oh, that was not the right number.
So, Cass, you take 3 radiant damage, and I'm sorry.
Yep.
Okay.
You're good.
So at the end of his turn, not the end of his turn, at the start of his turn, Jesus fucking Christ, he's going to difficult terrain skirt around Cass. Actually no, you know what? He's gonna step over Picody, very carefully.
Is he... Oh, I'm not in range. Never mind, because I flew up. So
And then he's gonna put his hand on top of Picody. And you all watch as a ring on his finger, and his middle finger glows. And I need a dice. Picody flicks her eyes open. He then continues to move and uses his bonus action to disengage. Picody uses half her movement to stand up. She uses her bonus action to disengage. Gets to here. And then she casts another spell. Which I need first. Okay. You guys have magic names? They have magic names. Yes, it is now your turn.
I'm gonna move here.
Mhm.
And
You're kind of stuck between a
Right.
rock and a tree trunk, but yes.
can I still attack then?
Yeah, you can still attack. I was trying to be a funny.
Okay. Yeah.
So who for
17 on
Cody?
Picote, yeah.
Yeah, that hits Picote.
So 6 bludgeoning and grapple DC 16.
Okay, and that's on their turn. Okay, so Ratan?
Cool. 5, 15, 20. That's rough. I don't think I can actually end my turn there.
No.
Yeah, so unfortunately I'm going to have to double move. Well, because over here.
Remember, Cass is like fucking massive, and also there's
Yeah.
a big tree trunk there. So like,
Yeah.
if you want to go, you know, it's gonna be.
I'm just gonna double move. Because that'll give me 40 feet, and I think that'll be enough.
Because Cass is only just fitting in
Yeah,
that
5,
space.
15, 20. No. 5, 10, 15, 20, 5, 15. If I do 40, I can get there. So I'm gonna have to double move.
Yep.
And then that is really. Oh, God, I haven't had to use this spell in a while.
Is it a bonus action spell?
I'm checking because I don't actually know. No, it's not.
But they also
Just
take 3
checking.
points of damage at the end of your turn,
Correct. And I take
including
one.
Cass.
I'm sorry, I tried to get away from you.
You're good. I use these for hit points.
I kind of figured.
You have learned. Okay. So, he's going to 5, 10, 15. He's gonna hold his action. Cody is going to cast Thunder Wave to get Cass to let go of her.
Oof.
So she's basically gonna clap it out in front of her, just I need you to make a Constitution saving throw.
Which way is she aiming it?
Basically Cass's direction, so
Okay.
oh, wait, you can't see my ruler. Basically like this way.
Okay. I just wanted to make
So,
sure
like-
that it wasn't clipping me too.
No, it's just this there, this there, and this
She
there.
just wants the snake to stop.
She wants to be let go, and this will make him let go.
Mm-hmm.
Because I read the rules on this. So you fail the save. You will be shunted
Last
back.
time I did this, I was still grappled.
Yeah, that was my bad. I read the rules after we had that whole discussion about Thunderwave because it was the same session. And I read it, and I was wrong. We went over that. But you fail the save.
Wait. I didn't know that we talked about that.
We talked about it after the game. Anyway, you fail the
Oh.
save. 6, 10 points. 17 points, sorry, of thunder damage. You let go and you're shoved backwards. And then she bonus actions, disengage, goes there, and then Mephiles decides that it's gonna be dark for you guys now, and drops a darkness spell. Which is just, you know what? Fuck it. I'll use a thingy. I'll use one of these because I can.
So this is interesting question because I never remember how darkness works. I am emitting 2 different kinds of bright light.
Whoops. Anything that's non-magical goes out.
Radiant consumption, Alophira?
Alophira's lit flame is non-magical flame.
Okay. Radiant consumption just says that I'm emitting bright light within 10 feet. And it's radiant, so I don't fucking know.
Let's see.
Does darkness block out radiant consumption? The stupid shit we have to Google because of my dumbass character.
I'm reading. It says bright light.
You shed bright light for a 10-foot radius and dim light for an additional 10. So, bright
Okay.
light for 10.
So the light goes out, but the radiant does not.
Oh!
Yeah, so the radiant damage is not affected, but you're not emitting
But
light
I'm-
anymore. Because it's not like, it's not...
Yeah, it's technically
No.
not magical. It's something that's like a latent thing that is mine.
Yeah. It just says, non-magical light can't illuminate. So,
Yeah, and I guess it's technically not magical. But this is a weird thing.
Yep. So, yeah, he kind of just drops it,
It
like,
was a good question, though.
right the fuck here. So you're both in the darkness.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Go where I want you, you fucking token. There we go. So yeah, can you see the aura?
Yes. I also extended it so that when I'm out of it, we can see how much light I'm actually extending.
Yeah, uh-huh. So, can you make it another... actually, I'll make the darkness another color.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay, I got it. It is purple. Merry Christmas. This map is super colorful. But yeah, he just dumps darkness on both of you, so you're both essentially blind.
Okay.
Your sense of direction is somewhat shot, because
Mhm.
it just kind of... and neither of you are familiar with this area. And you can't see through it. So, yeah. But that's, Picote's turn. Kess, you're in darkness as a snack.
Okay, how exactly does blind sight work?
Snack! Snack!
Neck has blind sight.
Snack!
Oops, hold on. On Google again.
Blindsight is fun. I think it's like echolocation, basically. It's like sonar.
You do the tongue thing where you're just like,
Yeah.
and then you're like, okay, that's
but
a
in terms
rock.
of, like, game mechanic, that's basically what it is. I
Yeah.
think. Perceive surroundings without relying on sight within a specific radius. That's all that it says. You're muted if you're talking, Zoe.
Yeah, so it says here when what I'm reading that vision granted by blind sight is blocked by magical darkness.
Oh.
So today we learn. So you can't see.
Is that blind sight or blind sense?
Blind sight.
Okay.
Okay, well... 5, 15... 20, 25, 30.
You're just snaking in a random direction.
Yeah, pretty much.
So
Because I knew tree and rock was to my left.
for this though, I am gonna make you roll to make sure you're going in the right direction because it just got dropped on you and you're not familiar with the landscape. So yes, you know water to your south, tree to your north, but you don't know basically anything else around you, and you were just shoved into this corner.
Okay. What am I rolling?
So I'm gonna make you roll an intelligence check.
Oh, fuck, I really wish you would have said that.
You're fine.
My ass ain't
Please continue. As you
Okay.
roll.
5, 15, 20, 25, 30.
By the way, that torch is still lit. It's just I used the fire for the aura.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm sure he's
And
not snaking his
then-
body over it.
I mean, he went through a corridor. I don't fucking know. Sorry, carry on.
I'm
You have
going...
no idea where they are, by the way. You can see
Okay.
their token. Cass can't see them.
Okay. Actually... 25, 30...
You see Lorelai.
If I end here, will that fire burn me, or can
I'm
I
gonna say that you're smart enough to coil your body in a place that isn't on top of the fire. It's just
Okay, then
because
I'm
your
gonna-
token is flipping over it.
Yeah, I'm gonna. Okay, I'm gonna end my turn. Wait, how? Oh, I don't know. I can't see.
You have no
Rattan
idea where
anyways,
Rattan is. You
so-
have no idea.
Yep, I'm just gonna end my turn there.
Rattan, it dark as fuck.
Yeah.
You're in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
You have no idea where anything is, and you have no idea about what's below you.
I would like to just try to fly straight forward.
Forward in which direction? Okay.
North. I would like to try to fly north.
Okay, so roll me a check, please.
Oh, I really wish it wasn't intelligence. I don't get a +4 to checks. It's just to saves. Come on, Rattan baby. 17!
You're fine.
Nice.
Okay, cool. Well, Rattan gonna smash. 5, 10, 15.
You're the full height you can get to in the air, though, right? You're like 20 feet up because you said she went up.
Well, no, I backed off. I was like 10 feet up and I backed off.
Okay.
So I'm probably
Alright.
like 10, 15 feet up.
Okay. Just
So
for...
I would like, yeah, and I would like to, once I get out of the darkness and can tell where the fuck I'm going,
Uh-huh.
I would like to start angling down
Okay.
so I can land when I hit the full 20, so 5, 10, 15, 20.
Mm-hmm.
Because then I have 10 more feet of movement if I'm walking.
Yep.
So,
So as you get up to there, you see the Cody.
mm-hmm. And Rattan gonna take a step up to there.
And that's your action to take the extra movement because it's 20 feet
Nope.
fly.
Well, I can only fly, so I can fly 20 feet, but if I'm walking, I have 30.
Okay, so you landed.
So I
So
did the
lost
full
an action.
fly of 20, and then I took my 10 feet remaining of walking.
Okay.
Man, I'm gonna hit her.
Mhm.
Not an advantage, but I'm gonna hit her.
Mhm.
Hopefully, 18.
Mhm.
Let's put that, you know what? Oh, fuck. Yeah, no, I'm just gonna... Oh, I didn't mean to do that. I didn't want
Oh.
any of that. I didn't want any of that,
So
but I
The-
did it.
the 8 was enough.
I didn't
Mhm.
actually mean to do that, because I didn't want to use the spell slot.
No, I'm only counting the slashing.
Oh, okay, because I did not want to do that.
Yeah, she only had 4 hit points left,
Okay, cool.
so she's unconscious.
Okay, I gotta calculate this out now. 5, 10, 15, 20, Oh, that was only 25. So I have another 5 feet of movement.
Mm-hmm. I mean,
Hi!
you don't see him until you get there.
Hi!
Yeah, you're fine with Felis.
She's gonna whack him now.
Okay. Nope.
You know what? I was running hot for a lot of this, and it was bound to happen. Shit.
Okay.
I'm not doing a divine smite.
Okay. I think you might be a way to put him onto death saving throws.
I'm not gonna do anything. I'm just gonna hit him.
You don't know.
She's realizing that using her radiant energy is really effective on these people right now, so she's just gonna do a normal hit.
Mm-hmm.
Non-lethal. For...
It's a nat 20 with a.
I know, but it was just a butt attack.
It's still a nat 20.
So that's 10.
Okay.
Because it was just the reverse glaive.
Uh-huh.
And then at the end of my turn... You know what? Oh, fuck, I can't because I just took my bonus action to nat 20 him.
Uh-huh.
Fuck!
At the end of your turn, he takes 3 points.
Oh, no. But you didn't say that I knocked him down with the 10.
No, you didn't.
Okay.
He takes 3 points of radiant damage.
But so does she. Fuck.
She's unconscious. The fact that she's in your radiant consumption now puts her into death saving throws.
I know, and I don't mean to.
And
Fuck.
Philip used his last ditch efforts. So all he can do now is what he does is he takes her by the shoulders and is starting to pull her away.
Yeah, fair. I do not attack. I do not attack.
And he gets here. Because half movement speed.
Yep.
And
But
he had to
he's just
put his
in my
weapon
dim
away.
light. He's just in my dim light.
Yep. Because he had to go. Actually, that's not accurate because he has to move here,
Just go up.
but he can only move that.
Shit.
She's still in it.
Yeah, but it doesn't do anything.
No, but she was knocked unconscious on your turn. So
Oh no, I know.
she does have to make a saving throw.
I really fucking hope I didn't just fuck this up.
Cass? That's a big fuck off tree you're standing on. You just went through it.
I can just I
You
can
went through a
just like
tree.
I just want to go straight up past it, right?
So you need to go around it because there's a big fuck off tree.
Can I
up there.
make it between these two as a snake?
It's a 5 foot between these two?
Between
The-
these two.
No, it's a
Here.
5 foot gap.
Okay. So I was here. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 20. Hold on. I'm just going to do 5, 15, 20, 30, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw what happened, right?
Nope, they were behind a tree.
Well, then I'm going to dash 5. Oops. I guess it would help if I was on the right thing.
Mm-hmm.
10, 15, 20, 25, 30 to there and end
You
my
see
turn.
him dragging Picody away from Rattan. Desperately.
Make an assumption on what has happened or a roll to see if I would know.
You took a dash action, so no.
Oh, true.
Rattan,
Immediately end radiant consumption.
please turn off all your auras.
Yep. All my fucking aura.
Apart from your aura of
Yeah, my
whatever.
10 foot aura protection, yeah.
So many hearts.
I know, I'm sorry, paladins. And then she will set down like Alifir, like drop it,
Mm-hmm.
hands up in surrender, and I'm gonna put my hand on Pacody's foot and healing hands.
You can't reach Picody from where you are.
Well, no, I'm gonna move up and just enough to like. All I have to do is touch her.
So you put your hands up.
Yeah, like, and she dropped her weapon too.
Okay, so you dropped your weapon, you put your hands up, and just as you touch Picody's foot, you hear, and that is it, from the stands. As the mother of the tribe calls out, Rattan has raised her hands, which is a sign of forfeit. So you raise your hands, you put your hand on Picody, you healing hands Picody, and you hear as you're doing that, and that is it. And what does healing hands give Picody?
6 points of healing.
And as sort of she like takes a very like like gasps and looks around, gets her bearings, Mephiles kind of like calms her down, and she looks up at you and gives you a very like thankful nod. And you hear
It sinks into Rattan what she just did.
You hear the roar of a crowd cheering. Like there's not a single name being said. It's just like, yeah, whoa, like general crowd cheering. And those of you who are in the stands, well, actually, first of all, Cass and Tan, go take 5. I'm gonna deal with Rax and Perrin because they had all of the battle to speak to the people if they wanted to.
Rax
So
wasn't
you're
going to be
up there.
talking. He was going to be sitting there like this pretty much like the whole time, just intently watching.
Hold on. You're up there, during this whole thing, watching everything that's going on. Rax, you see more than anyone else. Because Rax can see through magical darkness. Woohoo! You see what happens. You see Picody fall. You see Mephiles desperately drag her away. The entire fight is going on, and you can hear the mother and the father of the tribe very low discussing things. I need to check your languages. And I need to check your I know what I want. Yeah, okay, so, you both hear them speaking in Draconic. Which is really weird coming from Lyro because, and Rax, you know this, you can tell that he's not a natural born speaker of Draconic, he's picked it up. And from what you get like, they're talking about, they're basically judging each move that's made as if it's a game of chess. Okay, they moved here, this is what was bad, this is what is good. It's a back and forth. Perrin, you have no fucking clue what they're saying. And throughout the battle, Lyro seems indifferent. His facial expression doesn't change. He's, kind of slate-faced, just watching. The mother of the tribe, however, seems to be more, her nurturing, like, she acts like a mother. She's worried about every time someone gets hit, she flinches no matter what side it's on, and it goes back and forth, and then you see Rattan put her hands up, and you see, like, she snaps, like, mother of the tribe kind of snaps back into, oh shit, I have a job to do, stands up and says, and that is it. And there's definitely a complete different change from her mum posture to her I'm in control posture. Like, the whole time she was, like, hunched and worried and, like, biting the edge of her finger to calm herself down, that kind of thing. And then authority takes over, and she stands up, and she's proud, and she's loud, and she's just this dominant figure. And you watch as the mother of the tribe makes her way down into the pit and walks, followed by her bunny, right into the middle of.
As soon as I heard like this is it, I would have like started transforming back into normal Cass.
Yeah.
Rattan's is staying on her knees exactly where she was when all this happened.
And she walks right up to you. And Cass and Rattan, you're familiar with well, Rattan more specifically, you're familiar with this. She puts a hand on Piconi and casts the spell Heal. And heals Piconi straight back up. She then does it again to Mephiles and casts him right back up. And then looks at both of you. I have a little bit left if you'll allow.
Rattan's keeping her head down.
And she looks at you, Ken.
I'm fine, thank you.
And she looks at you and she's like, for yourself?
She's exactly bloodied. I just realized that I had to do math.
I realize that you have healing abilities, but if you'll permit me, if you'd like some, I can give you a little bit.
That's your choice after what I've done.
And she kind of tilts her head. What do you mean by what you've done?
I almost killed her.
And there's like a moment where the woman sort of bows her head. And then she looks at you and she gives you like a gentle mother nurture smile. Yes, but you also knew when to stop and when to help. And that says a lot about you and your character.
She
This-
kind of, her shoulders kind of like, it's almost like she lets out a breath that she didn't even know that she was holding. And it's just kind of like, like just acceptance of that.
Mhm. This was never about who won or lost. A grand battle it may have been. This was to prove for Kess who he's become, for Picodi her strength. And Picodi has never been a face-to-face fighter.
Rattan kind of gives Piconi a very sheepish look.
And she's kind of like
Like,
picking
sorry.
herself up off the floor and dusting herself off, and she raises a hand. She's like, honestly, it was educational. This is Picoti. I've learned where my flaws are. We've learned where we each need to improve, and Felix kind of gives a nod. And we learned. Every battle, be it lethal or not, helps you learn. And sometimes you learn more about people by the exchanging of fists than you do by the exchanging of words. But then again, I just sling her tales in the form of songs, so who would I be to tell you that? And she sort of chuckles, and the mother of the tribe chuckles, and she looks over at Cass and gives him like a very solid nod.
Earns the gesture.
are you both okay? Are you all okay? This is Mother of the Tribe speaking.
I wouldn't say no to the healing.
And she
It
gives
says,
she gives like a lighthearted chuckle, and then she utters a word that you don't understand. You take and 9 points of healing.
I'm not bloodied anymore.
That roll was awful.
I'm not bloodied anymore. I don't fucking look great, but...
And then she sort of gives you a once over again. And then she actually comes up and takes your hand this time. And
She tries not to flinch.
yeah. And then gives you a bit more. Yeah, take 19 more points. Wow,
Okay.
I rolled a 1.
That's much better. That's almost full. I'm good.
And then she gives you like, you know, and it's very much like everything she does is like mother instinct, you know. So when she takes your hand, it's very gentle. She puts her hand on top of yours, lets the magic flow in, you know, the arcane flow into you. Lets you go very gently. Turns around to Cass and kind of like puts her hand on his cheek. Again, like this is like mother who hasn't seen her son in years. And she's gonna give you a bit of healing whether you like it or not, Cass. You're not getting a choice.
I figured.
So take 21 points of healing.
That's way more than I needed.
Much better roll than I needed to.
I get the shit roll.
You got both shit rolls.
I did.
And then finally, Maru starts making a move, and he
I'm gonna
walks
pull my
right.
wings back in.
Huh?
I'm pulling my wings back in.
Okay. And he takes very, very like deliberate steps to the bottom of the stairs, looks over at everything, you know, the conversation that's happening between those who had taken part, and then walks towards Lorelei, who steps out of his way and then continues saying nothing. And you get a very like tired looking look from the woman. Like she watches him do it and she's just like and she turns to Perrin and Rax and gives them the come here fingers, you know, like come down, you're safe to come down now. And all the crowd at the outside is dispersing back, and Black Swan comes over and like checks in with her charges, and Lorelei, you know, solemnly makes her way up, and she's like comes to you, Cass, and kind of ruffles your hair a little bit. Well, you did well, all things considered. And then the mother turns to you and she's like, well, Black Swan, Lorelei, take the rest of the day, be at ease. Your work for today is done. The rest of you, unfortunately, have to come and speak to Father, because he's going to want to talk about everything that just happened. But don't worry, I'm sure it'll be fine. No one's dead.
Rattan
Those
looks
would
very
be
sheepish
yours.
again.
You know. And then she leans down and pats the bunny on the head and starts heading off the way that you were led in. And Piccone and Mephilas follow solemnly behind her, like kind of like marching as if they're her soldiers. Black Swan stays back, Lorelei tucks in next to her, and you know, they watch you go, basically.
Pick up my mask on the way out, and my glaive.
Yeah, I mean, like, they let you pick up what you need to pick up, they let you do what you need to do before you leave. And both Lorelei and Black Swan give a very low bow towards the mother as she's turning and leaving. And, you know, you're led back through down the rose path, back to the hut, and then led inside the leader's hut. And it's very, very similar to Lorelei's simple circular, but there are offshoot rooms in this larger hut. So the middle section is kind of just like the fire pit and the seating area. It's like the communal area, whereas like their bedrooms and their private areas are probably closed off compared to the rest of the hut. In the center, there's a fire pit hearth which is lit, and there's some plump feather cushions that are spread around on the floor. And opposite the door as you come in are two large wooden carved chairs that seem to sit at the head of what would essentially be the table, but is a hearth. And Lyro is seated on the rightmost one, and after gesturing for you all to sit on the pillows, Mother of the Tribe takes a seat next to him. And there's a moment where you're all sort of like shuffling in, and I'm assuming you're all going in, you're being invited in. Are you all sitting down?
Gestured for us
I'm
to sit
assuming
down,
you're all
so
nodding. You're just not like, mm-hmm. So there's a bit where like all of you are shuffling, and Piconi and Mephilas are shuffling around, and you find your seat, you get comfortable. You know, those of you with thicker armor take a minute to like find that comfy spot so it's not like jabbing into you in places. And then there's just the only sound in the room is the sound of the fire pit crackling. And after a moment of just peaceful reflection, Father finally speaks up. And he says, "Apologies for not introducing myself formally earlier. I am Lyro, father to the Dora Ward, and this is my beloved Kilana. She is the mother to our tribe. And it is a pleasure, despite all, to meet you all properly. I hope that I didn't scare any of you off before, but, you know, I had to uphold my role to this tribe. Obviously, some of you have just been through quite an intense battle, proving your worth in some cases, learning and experiencing things in others. But most of all, it gave us an opportunity to observe. But before we give our verdict, Tess, how do you feel like you did?" And
I feel like. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, Piconi and Mephilas and both father and mother are staring directly at you.
I feel like I did well. I feel like there are things I could have done better, things I could have done differently.
Like?
And he'll take a deep breath, and I didn't heal my teammate fast enough. Should have supported her more. We took on the brunt of the fight, and I feel like I could have supported her more.
And there's very, like, you know, heavy nods as they're listening to you.
And Rattan's just watching through her mask, and there's no, like, anger in her eyes. It's very understanding.
And Koti, and she sort of, like, stretches up a bit. She's like, "Yes, Father? What did you learn?" "I learned that I need to understand my own abilities on a much deeper level and not rely on brute force. That's not my speciality, and it never has been. We were at the disadvantage where there was no other support for Mephi, so we need to learn how to work without being supported." And Mephilas is just nodding along. And Lyra speaks again. He's like, "Well, you've both learned something, which is ultimately the goal here. That you continue to learn. This isn't the end. This isn't the stop. This isn't the final position on your journey. Your mistake, Cass, was leaving her alone.
He nods.
You can't turn and you can't run just because you don't understand what's going on. You had one teammate, and you left them, and they fell. And yes, you healed her, but you didn't get her out. Mephila's good job, and he not. Now I have to speak with Black Swan and Lorelei and get their accounts, their observations. And after all of that information, tomorrow, once you have healed, once you have relaxed, and once you have reflected, we will call you back and we will give you our final judgment. If you have any questions, if you want anything explained, the door is always open. You are at the end of the day family. And those of you who have traveled alongside both Kess and Picody, if you have questions or anything you'd like explained, our door is open for as long as you are here.
Rex nods in understanding.
And then he just kind of raises a hand and gives like a "you're dismissed" kind of wave.
So,
Cass gives a deep nod and then leaves.
Rattan gives a respectful nod to Laro and I'm sorry, I didn't catch her name when you said Kilana. And then turns and looks at Mephilas and Picody and gives them a respectful nod as well before
You get it
leaving.
back from them. I mean, they get up and leave with you, but you still get the nod, you know. And as you step outside, that is where we're gonna end it. I understand, Rex and Perrin, that probably wasn't the most exciting for you.
yeah, not really.
It was it was honestly down to Cass picking.
Mm-hmm.
And this was unfortunately a fight that couldn't be done off stream because the stream needs to know the outcome of it.
Mm-hmm.
But I promise you, you guys will both have your day in the limelight.
Mm-hmm.
Can we just have like me and Rax fight each other right now?
Would you like to? I have a map for it. Would you like to? If you guys want to take the last half hour into a 4v, like a 1v1v1v1, I am fucking down. I have a map.
That's entirely your call, Perrin. I can run way faster than you without using my boots of speed.
Yeah, the problem is once he gets his hands on you, that's game over.
No, it's not. Gone, 30 feet away. Come get me. Or disadvantage.
I'm kind of here for this. I'm not gonna lie. I'm okay with it.
I don't give a shit.
Is it bad that I anticipated one of these sort of events happening? And this
No,
was
because
the
it always
first-
happens. It
this
always
was
happens.
the
There's always an impromptu battle royale at some point.
Yeah, this was the first ever map that I made for this game.
Ghost has put a fighting pit in his guild already, and it's been used twice.
in behind the scenes, little sparring things.
Oh boy.
Uh-huh.
If you guys
'Cause they
want
weren't
to
that
have
important,
a fight, you know, for the last half hour, you're more than welcome to fight each other. Obviously, those of you who had just been in combat, mark down your spells and shit that you.
Oh yeah,
used
no, I did that.
And fully heal yourselves. Allow anything goes. You're more than welcome.
Oh, are
That's
we
all
like
you
doing like
guys.
an all-on battle royale, or is this just Jack versus
Yeah.
Karen?
No, this is an all-out everyone if you want
Oh,
it.
fuck. Alright, let me mark down my spells and shit. Hang on.
I don't know how late.
It's just
everyone
gonna
can stay,
take
but
a
we
long
got an
time. I'm
extra
gonna
half
say
hour
no.
in the action. You talk a big game. If you guys want to have a
The worst
bonus
part
fight-
was, I have to put this out here, I have to confess. So in the margin, I was writing down how much damage I did to each of them every round so that I could get an idea of when I needed to stop hurting them. And it just escalated so quickly.
well, not 20.
All of a sudden it was like, you do 31 points of damage in one attack. She's bloodied. I was like,
So, just so you know, Mephilas had 1 hit point left. He was down to 4 until you took your radiant damage, and then he took the 3 radiant on top of it.
so remember when Ladir showed up and apologized for going a bit off the deep end? Rattan literally can't say shit.
Oh,
But
boy.
hey, I'm also gonna put out there, what did she say to Kess? How big of a message am I sending? Well, don't pull your punches. Okay!
They
You
weren't
don't-
gonna pull theirs.
I know!
Well, I mean, you know.
Rattan's kind of one-trick pony. I hit things really hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, like, they were designed to have support, and they didn't have it. so
Yeah.
that was
And
their downfall.
Rattan was literally just like, oh, I'm still standing? Cool. 2nd level Divine Smite.
Yeah.
I just loved Sum's face going,
Oh,
Yeah,
shit.
when I said that, he was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Yep.
To be fair, like, I got fucking obliterated the round before that, so she was not happy.
No.
Yeah, 3 attacks in a rogue is
3 attacks in a row, and then poof,
Yeah.
she was
for
pissed.
for reference, it's straight rogue and rogue bard, so you were right. I was
As soon as I heard the flute, I was like, it's a fucking bard.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And then you did silence, and I was like, it's a fucking bard. And then she
And then you
disengaged, and I was
started
like,
laughing.
great!
Then you started giggling.
Well, the giveaway was the flute and the silence in the first round, because I was like, yeah, definitely a fucking bard. And then the cutting action disengages. Again, I've played enough rogues where I was like, this is my life now. Which is also why when they were on either side of me, I sat there and mentally I was like, this is how
Oh,
I
no.
die.
Yeah. they wouldn't kill you. They didn't.
No,
kill you.
but like in an actual combat situation where it was not non-lethal, that would have been how Rattan died. Because I was sitting there and I was doing the math and I was like, sneak attack, she's got multiple attacks, he's got a point. If I fail that, oh, this is how it happens.
You are so lucky you didn't fail because I was rolling hot on those poison damages. I never rolled. below 15.
I didn't fail a single one, did I?
No, you did not.
No.
The effect
You
on
got
the.
20 one of those saves.
I
Yeah.
want to make it clear, I'm not proficient in Constitution saving throws.
This is the one game you're able to make them. That weapon was specifically for against you, I'm not gonna lie.
You went there.
Whether
Such a dick.
I have the curse of never rolling good stats, Wither has the curse of usually never passing.
Never
those.
rolling good con saves.
Yeah,
There was one game where I could not roll above a 6 on a con save, and I had to make how many of those?
About 8.
And it got to the point where my DM was like, okay, and Seda, I need you to say, if you say make a con save, I swear to God I will punch you through the monitor. And he goes, Constitution saving throw. And I just like threw my papers and left. I think I rolled a 2.
Yeah.
I failed so many that I didn't get any extra rounds for the Gorgon to petrify me. It just went straight through as if I hadn't been making the saves to begin with. Just
That's
all
right,
3
right.
rounds. Nope.
I've already kind of figured out with looking at the stats of the Rift Chasers team. Most of them, if I put something good that has like where they have to make int saves, all of them are screwed except for the wizard,
Well, I mean,
because none of them have good int saves.
intelligence is usually the stat that
It's a
everyone
dumb
dumps.
stat.
Yeah.
It's fun. Does Torval have the second highest intelligence in the group?
Which is the best
Yeah.
part.
Mm-hmm.
So, you put that poison weapon in there just to fuck with me?
Well, that and he'd have one, but I was like, you know what?
If
I'm a
Wither
pure-
gets picked, this is gonna be great.
Yeah, like, I mean, I had no control over who was going to
No,
be picked.
no.
But it was very much like I knew it wouldn't be Perrin.
Yeah. I had to very specifically check one of my paladin abilities, because I was like, I don't remember if it's poison and disease or just disease. And I was like, well, this is gonna be interesting. Nope. That's not helpful right now.
Yeah, Rex only has resistance. I checked not too long ago to double check that it was not advantage on saving throws.
But yeah,
I
he
wish.
would definitely have a weapon like that. So I was like, yeah.
I mean, I kind of figured him being a rogue.
Yep.
Some kind of really assholey dagger.
Yeah. Can I take a wild stab in DMs at what it was?
Puns.
Yeah.
I mean, you can say it
Multiple
out
puns
loud.
in that one. That was a double pun.
Yeah, you can say it out loud.
Dagger of Venom?
You know, it's funny, is Rex used to have one of those.
That's what
Yeah,
I
but-
used.
But that dagger paid for Alifira, so
It sure
Half of
did.
it, yeah.
paid for half of it. Yes, it did.
It's not like he touched it anyway. He like picked it up. He was like, "Ooh, shiny," and then he put it in his pocket and fucking forgot it was there.
And I was like, I'm not using this. Here you go.
Yeah, he was like, "Oh yeah," and now I have the scimitar, so I don't give a shit.
So I don't fucking need this.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And now you've seen another one.
Mm-hmm. Another one of both of the weapons that Rax has had.
I'm going to go ahead and assume it was not a lore bard, because no cutting words were used.
I would assume Valor because she was
I was
doing
assuming
multiple
Valor
attacks.
because extra attack.
Yeah.
Was the extra attack from Valor or was it from Rogue?
See now, so now that's the question. Because here's
We
the
don't
thing:
know what level she
you
is.
have to be at least 2 levels in Rogue to get the cunning action,
Mm-hmm.
which means they were either level 7, or she was mostly Rogue. And I'm gonna take a wild fucking stab again, pun, and say mostly Rogue.
I'm telling you nothing.
Either that or it was a half and half, which would be really fucking ugly.
I'm telling you nothing.
Oh, I know.
Well, you guys can keep guessing or you can go and ask them next session.
Maybe it was like 2 Rogue, 4 Bard?
What level's silence?
Silence is a... Silence is a 2nd level spell, so would have had to have enough Bard
Be
to
level
have
3
second level
probably.
spells. So that's, yeah. I didn't see, from my experience, I didn't see anything in that fight that screamed rogue archetype to me. So,
Mm-hmm.
definitely not assassin rogue because she would have fucking been hiding that entire fight and just opened up on me like a can of whoop ass.
She would have stayed in that tree. That you
She would have
just-
stayed in that fucking tree and just
Like,
obliterated me round
thing
1.
is, none of you asked where to check where the sound was coming from, and I was like, okay, well she gets to make her grand entrance. Hey, Matthew.
Rattan was
was-
following Kesta's lead. This is not. She has no idea what's going on. She got in fucking trouble for spreading her goddamn wings. Sorry, I was myself.
I mean, they didn't know, and then it wasn't just spreading your wings.
Yeah.
You lit your fucking glaive on
Yeah.
fire. So don't give me this bullshit about
Well,
sorry for being
so
mean.
my actual motivation behind that was she also was trying to make Kess look really cool.
Yeah, but
She's
everyone
kind of trying
else
to be like, look at the people that he surrounds himself with. Look how awesome he is. Like, she wanted her wings to like come out behind him to be like super dramatic behind him. Didn't work out.
Nope, you jumped the gun. Trying to. What's funny is like, Pico did her thing to like look cool, and then you did your thing and was like, it was like aggression rather than showmanship.
But that's unfortunately that's Ratan's brand of showmanship.
I know this.
This is the problem. Is Ratan being a showman is quite literally Ratan being as intimidating as she can be.
Yeah, we know.
Other people are like, watch me do a backflip. Ratan's like, watch me break your spine.
I mean, yeah. You're lucky that they didn't. That the parents didn't have to step in.
Yeah.
That would have been a shitstorm.
Oh, I know.
Have you figured out what they are yet?
Wildfire Druid is the mom.
Mm-hmm.
We got a little spirit. His
Mhm.
name is
Yep.
Gout,
Yep.
and I love him.
The
I was
father
reading
hasn't
it, I was
done much of anything yet, so
No. Yeah.
I don't know
There's
druids
a
well
lot of
enough.
assumptions you can make about him.
Yeah, one's very expressive mother druid, and the other one's just,
Yeah.
I'm a man.
Mhm.
I'm assuming
Okay.
Cass would know, the keeper.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Cass would know. I'm not telling Keeper because Keeper will react.
Yes.
Cass knows.
Yeah, I don't know enough about him.
While you're here, the door is always open.
Yeah. I'll probably go back and watch the description of him again and go,
Can druid spell sheets.
fucking druid spell sheets. They're the worst.
I hate
They are the
building-
worst.
So I was telling some, like, I'm trying not to build sheets until I need them.
Yeah.
And I was gonna need all of their sheets, and I was like, ugh,
You're building them all at the same time.
and it was also like limited time frame, so I was like, why do I do this?
No,
It was
I mean, I do the same thing. Why build a character sheet if you don't know when you're going? Because now you've just allocated energy into something that you might not need for 4 months.
Yeah, which is exactly why Miryu didn't have a sheet.
Until Rex choked her out.
Yeah,
No. The point of the sheet was to make sure he didn't.
You still choked her out, dude.
No. I'm telling you, she didn't pass out.
I don't know
Didn't
what
choke
my
her out.
point as a DM is yet, begging you to leave a room or making a sheet so I can check how long someone can survive without being choked.
With erotic asphyxiation?
Yeah. I'm 21 sessions down, guys, and this is the life I have. You thought you had it bad with blood farts.
No, I did not. You guys were just very chaotic in a system where we didn't know the rules in that game, and we were all learning the rules together. That was different. When you are this many sessions deep with people who are aware of the system and what they can do, this is what you get.
Yeah, uh-huh.
I was not fully aware of the system.
Well, so here's the thing. She's 21 sessions in with me, who's fully aware of what I can do with the system, and you who are like, I wonder if I can do this with the system.
You know, Wither, you're like the least problematic person in this party.
My character's fucking a celestial being, and I am the least problematic.
The reason is because you know the system, you think like someone who knows the system.
Yeah. So there's not a lot of like extra stuff that we have to do or that
There's
you have
not
to
a
worry
lot of
about in terms
extra
of me.
bullshit. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whereas it's like, okay, well I choke my girlfriend, and I'm like, cool, wait till I make a sheet and I'll reply to you.
Whereas if
She
that had
wasn't
been
at
me,
that
she would've
point.
been like, so how long can you survive? being strangled, and I would have been like, oh, it's like X number of minutes equal to my con mod, and she would be like, cool, let's go with that.
Ugh. Fucking Jesus.
But I'm not the weird one.
It's not weird, it's what he's into.
It's unique. It's hey.
I
what was
want to
that
say
last
the
session?
context of it, but you guys didn't ask, so you don't get to know.
No. And here's the other thing. I also can't say anything based on last session. Later, flat called it. You can't say anything because you're into the something else.
Mm-hmm. And also, you know the aggressive attempts at healing where he told you to go higher next time.
Yep.
And then, if he can get off under the breakfast table, why can't I?
Yep.
Like I said, you're the least chaotic member of this
Yep.
party.
Yep.
Because I know what I expect with you.
Correct. You and I have known each other and played together long enough that you know exact. So this is the other thing, and now you're gonna appreciate this because you were actually there in this stream, I think, when I was screaming at Zoe that I was weak and she was abusing me.
Later.
Yep. It clicked while I was in the stream with her, and I was like,
your character.
you've got to be fucking kidding me.
A gentleman asshole? There you go, you're welcome.
I have a fucking type when it comes to RPGs.
Mm-hmm. And you know what was worse? I was pretty sure it was because you were like, oh my god, I love the star. And I'm like, mm-hmm. He's exactly the same as Lady. And you're like, oh my god! And I was like, ta-da!
I was like, no! I have a type! Like, that's when it registered. I was like, oh no! Oh no!
Yeah.
But that's what makes it so great every time he's there, because you know what Wither is okay with
Mhm.
roleplay. That's the other thing is, she knows what what lines are okay to cross with me. So,
Mhm.
Wither's not uncomfortable with it. Rattan's the one sitting there going, oh my god, please stop talking.
I can name my fucking handouts now.
Yay. Also, I still think it's funny that Rattan's really trying hard to get under Rax's skin, and he's just like, fucking try.
Oh, Wither knows it's totally futile.
Oh, yeah.
Wither knows it's totally
Like-
futile. Rattan ain't that bright. She's convinced that one day she's gonna get one on you.
Oh, yeah.
Rattan's convinced that one day she's gonna get you back for bridal style.
No, never.
Wither knows
Never.
there's not a shot in hell. But
Bridal
Rattan's
style
convinced that one day
fucking
she'll make you
golden.
uncomfortable. Huh?
Bridal style was fucking golden.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason it worked is because the timelines lined up the way that they did.
Yep.
Like, had it not lined up the way that it did, and had you guys not done what you were doing,
Had he
Like-
not gotten his way.
You act like he doesn't always get his way. In terms of, like, when you guys are in that mode. Judging by the fact that he literally just, like, basically patted your butt to get you out of the chair, and then dragged you onto his lap, I
I didn't think anybody else remembered that.
of course.
I didn't think anybody else remembered that. Fuck.
Yeah.
Hey, I will point out, it goes both ways. Because when Rattan went to go change out of her armor, he followed after obediently was the specific word used.
Okay.
yes, but then also
Yeah.
didn't do anything and fucked with a party by zipping up his pants, and
Yeah.
everyone found it hilarious. So, like, you know, you say this as if you won again, but no, he did.
Yeah,
I
like,
never win. I never win.
and like he still got to help you out of your armor. Like you, that's a win for him. It's still.
I know.
Oh, well, I mean,
I mean, it is and it isn't.
because he literally did it properly.
Yep, he didn't get to have any fun with that.
Not this time. And I both hate and love the NPCs I ended up with.
I just love them.
Also, apologies, Wither.
Yeah,
breaking
you're
you
an
at this time.
asshole.
It was there. Okay? It was gonna happen regardless of the situation.
Breaking what?
She almost
Wither got
made-
one of these.
Yeah.
And you know when there's a proc, you know what it is.
Yeah, there's a reason it hasn't come up.
Do-do-do.
That was not okay.
After all this is over, I might just send you the roll of them because I'm keeping them all.
What, just mail them to me?
Yeah, it's like, here you go. Have all
Oh,
the physical copy.
We finished the campaign and you mail us all the letters all of us got?
Yeah. Mhm.
Why do I do this myself? I would literally put them in like a shadow box and hang it on my wall. All the hurtful ones can go at the bottom. Right now they're all hurtful. They're hurtful without intending to be hurtful.
Yeah, I have like a list. Like,
You
I have,
knocked
like,
on. You were like, you hear a knock on your, and I was like,
Mhm. Yo, what's up?
either I'm in trouble, or somebody did something.
I mean, both?
Actually, that's inaccurate. Now that just hurts how accurate that is.
You know, I have never been so relieved at the end of a session.
The worst part is like, I wouldn't use the word panic. I had that like momentary like gut flip where it's like, oh no, I didn't mean to.
Mhm.
When you were like, well, she's unconscious, and when I realized that I couldn't turn off radiant consumption, I had that gut flip of, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh no. But I also had to think of it from Rattan's perspective. And I was like, oh no!
Yeah, uh-huh. It just so happened that you used this, like, you specifically put your hands up and put your weapon down.
I know.
Like,
Well,
I was like,
that was different. And then, so Rattan was like in panic mode because she almost killed Picody.
mhm.
And then, there was no way that she wasn't going to try to fix that mistake.
Yeah.
And in her mind, like, whatever they were doing, like, the fact that we were, like, doing, like, a trial was the furthest thing from her mind in that moment. It was just, I need to see non-threatening so you don't fucking hit me when I try to save your friend. That was literally what it was. And then you were like, okay, and that's it. I just went,
Yep. Yep. I did the same thing. I clarified your wording
I
with
know.
you.
Mhm.
I know, it didn't register to me as to why.
Oh, that's the best part.
I like to think that in those moments, I have fully assumed Rattan's identity and her intelligence is mine. Like, I'm fully channeling her, and that's why it didn't register.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Also, I'm sorry for making you, like, straight up cackle right at the start of session with, if you want my unsolicited advice, don't sass.
Well, I was laughing more because it's that those words have been said so many times to
Oh.
cats.
I know.
One is don't sass, the other is don't lie to Perrin.
That wasn't don't lie, it was get better at lying.
It was
If
get
you're gonna
better
lie.
at lying.
And if you have to lie, make small truths out of it.
Yeah. And Rattan, it's don't pout.
And also, don't try to act natural because you fucking suck at it.
God.
Don't be suspicious, don't be suspicious. Don't
And with Rax, it's just don't.
What?
Rex, just don't.
When he's being good, it's just don't talk. Just
times has Rattan been in the middle of saying something and just gone, Rex's energy is just don't. Rattan is going to commission someone to make her a don't sign, so that when she's in the middle of talking, she can just hold up the don't sign.
You should ask Richie, he's a budding artist.
Talk to Richie right now. I don't want to talk to Richie.
Maybe talk to Freddy about it. It just, like, shoots out sparklers or something that just says, don't.
Yeah, like, I would have him make a cherry of a don't sign.
Don't ask Freddy.
Oh.
Don't ask Freddy.
Okay, so have Rax go and ask Freddy.
Oh, God, why?
Oh.
I'm not sure which is worse in this situation.
Well, Rax is nice to Freddy.
When you were there.
Rax is nice to Freddy, and he gives him ideas, and he gets excited about them.
Rattan tried to be nice to Freddy, but he rolled really bad on that insight check.
Yeah, yes he did.
What did he roll, like a 2? Poor Freddy.
Yep.
Next time she walks into a shop, she's gonna go, no, we are closed. Please don't.
Walks around the corner, looks at the door, immediately backs into his back room and peeks his head out. Please go away.
Please leave.
Sorry, we're closed for the evening. Please take your wares and fuck off.
It's gonna be like the shopkeeper from season 1 of Critical Role. Leave and never come back. Like today, like ever again.
Or, you know, the one that we traumatized with fucking shackles and then teleporting out of their fucking shop. After we
she was
realized
the
they were the wrong
Rakshasa,
person.
okay?
Backwards hands, Tigerman.
Backwards head, zombie dog.
Still fuck
yeah.
those.
I'm gonna have to look through and rewatch tonight's session just to see how many times Rattan told Rax don't in the first conversation, because I think it was the most I've done yet.
It was like 3. Oh, boy.
Rax is in a good mood. What do you want?
Axe is in a really good mood.
The problem is, Rattan is now comfortable with them, so doesn't choose her words as carefully. And realizes, oh no. But she now knows you well enough to know that you're not gonna not say something.
Yeah.
My favorite moment of tonight was, I know it's futile, but if he's sleeping, please don't tell him about the music going on. I know it's not gonna make a difference, but I have to beg you right now. I'll do my best not to bring it up if I can help it. Okay, that's the best I can expect from you. Just complete resignation.
So your best bet is just never mentioning it again, because he'll just forget. Because I'll just forget.
Yep. You are lucky that maybe you isn't there.
Oh yeah. You are so lucky.
Because she would never let it go.
Nope. I miss her.
To an extent, I missed her too, just because right now we're down one of our chaotic people.
And Lorelai's her own way of chaos. But that is a closed door.
Dan had to try so hard.
It's like a nature doorway. Is that even? Oh, well, I mean, no, but technically it's not really a doorway, so I guess.
If that continues, you guys just might get accustomed to the sound of a metallic facepalm. Just ting!
He's some. She's a sweet. Oh, right. I'm going to, for the first time in 4 days, sit and not touch D&D stuff. just not. Dice are away, books are away, Roll20's gonna be closed, and that's it for I'm not even looking at it tomorrow. And we're not running next week, so I have 2 weeks to prepare.
We are not. Okay.
No, because I'm gonna tell you straight up now, I couldn't honestly put any more energy in to be ready for Friday.
Okay.
Like,
Do not blame you.
I am, I was telling some yesterday, I put in 11 hours just to get
I
everything
believe it.
fixed for you guys.
I believe it.
Mm-hmm.
Just fine.
And we appreciate you, and we understand for next week.
Yup.
Next Sunday is Valentine's Day. Let's eat some chocolate, watch some movies, and those of us who can't get laid, get laid.
I always buy the
I'd
chocolate
like
the
to,
day
but
after.
we're not running, and Miryu's not here. I can't. Mostly.
I need food.
My husband brought me food while I was alive, so I was just like shoving chicken nuggets in my mouth.
Yeah,
He came walking in, like 15 minutes before he came in, I was like, oh man, I'm so hungry. I should text him and tell him that I need food. And then he came walking with the food. I was like, I was just gonna tell you that I was hungry. It's like you know me.
I mean, I'd hope so.
I would hope so too.
I mean, it's a fair guess to be like, all right, D&D probably needs snacks.
Yeah.
He knows how I get, especially because we played such a goofy time for me. We played 4 p.m. for me, so I'm not
Mhm.
hungry yet.
Yeah.
And then we end now, and I'm freaking ravenous. So because of that, it's like, okay, if I don't bring her food mid-session, she's going to be hangry when they're done.
Nobody wants to be hangry,
No.
and nobody
I'm
wants to be
sorry,
around
I mean,
somebody who is
Do
hangry.
you want to change the time or
No.
the day?
No.
Oh.
Good.
I have no... No, I'm just saying, like, for him,
I'm
he's
fucking
had
it.
to learn when he needs to bring me food. Because when it's D&D night, like, you get in the... And I'm not gonna get up and, like, make myself food in the middle of the game. Like, that's rude.
I feel attacked.
I do it all the time.
Well, okay.
But it's
so
like
if
a quick sandwich or
Yes,
some
that's
leftovers that I can just throw in the microwave.
That's different.
That's what this was.
I mean, like, I'll totally go, like, bum it and make myself, like, Chef Boyardee in the microwave real quick if I absolutely have to. But...
Oh, yeah.
Mine today was when after Some and I had our thing, and then you guys are gonna start your thing, and then it took a bit. We had stuff already ready to go for breakfast burrito, so I just made myself a couple.
There you go.
Solid. I just had some leftover soup, and I was like, yes.
Huh?
There's a dish at my work called firecracker, and there's another one called rice and curry. They're basically the same thing, but one's coconut based and one's chili based. And it's like loads of like stir fried peppers and onions and mange too and chilies. That's not fucking stir fried veggies shoved in like either a hot sauce or a creamy coconut sauce, and then just like coconut.
Sounds good.
But I'm just...
Oh, man. Also, fucking Lorelai. Please don't call Divine Wrath down. She's like, I can't do
everything literally. She
Which, fuck you for that reference, too. Because I know what that's a reference to.
I would never reference anything. Me? Me. Come on, it's not like there was an entire arc based off the lyrics of a song or anything.
I'm still
it's not
so
like
fucking
you
happy about that.
Built my NPC / love interest off of a TV show.
I mean, are you complaining?
No.
Thank you. And to be fair,
I don't know how at any point in time
so
I
it
have
started.
given you the impression that I am not okay with that.
The funny thing is, it didn't start that way. Lucifer
Nope.
came in after. He started off as like your typical K-pop fuckboy. It was like I was sitting watching fucking K-pop videos one night, as I do at 4 in the morning, and it was like, this is her NPC. And then I built his personality, and it was like, oh.
Oh no. And then so what we did is we started just like as we were trying to come up with how they interacted with each other, because it's not like they had just met each other. They had known each other for a very long time, so we had to try to synthesize that natural interaction between them. So we were just like randomly being like, oh, this situation would be funny, and kind of just back and forthing like light dialogue RP to try to figure it out. And we started doing that, and I was like, oh no, Rattan is in so much trouble.
The worst part is like all of the sass that came through in that was just like natural flow, and I was like, this
sass is always natural flow.
Yeah, but like there's also like there's like the mechanic side of having like an NPC, and then there's just like the natural conversational flow.
Yep.
And like he was never intended to be that much of a lovable asshole. He was intended to be like, you know, sophisticated Deva energy, and he's sophisticated Deva energy with chaotic sass.
Yep. And it's beautiful. And I would not trade him for anything.
And I mean, then we have obviously Richie and Miru and Lorelai and Peepers, and Peepers the sassy owl.
And the worst part was is Zoe and I would be doing this, and I'm like, you realize that if they are seen together for any length of time, and they are speaking to one another, everyone's gonna think they're sleeping together. And she's just sitting there going,
I'm sitting there like, yeah, totally, maybe, yeah,
this could happen. And then 10 sessions later,
long cons are fun. There are so many running. There are so many long cons running.
I think the worst part was when I finally like figured out how long that I was being played. You were like, go back and read your handout from when you made your character, and I went,
you were like, why? And I was like, just do it.
And I did, and I was like, that is not how I interpreted that at all.
I very specifically worded it that way. It's like fucking, there's shit.
I still love to go back and read the Anvil conversation sometimes.
There are conversations from all of you that I read back regularly just because I laughed so fucking hard. But I have had
I don't want to know. I don't want to know.
Why?
Destiny!
I mean, to be fair.
Yeah, but which part of it?
You know exactly what part of it.
There's multiple that could be like, hot, this dude's a fucking idiot.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's not so much that.
Oh no, I just remembered something!
But
Oh boy.
I was more talking about the conversation with Crystal.
Oh!
About the wine glasses.
Yup. Yup. Yeah, I didn't need to be reminded of that part either.
I think you did.
Well, one of you is gonna have to drink out of my mouth, I guess.
Not how it was said, but close enough.
I don't know, I wasn't there, and I was not specifically told.
And then my fucking... I've had a really, really strong one in the past couple of days that I'm fucking... came out of left field out of nowhere in some pocket corner of my brain, the same way that the wine glass one came about, and I was like, fuck it, this is it now. And just, I love it. And I can't take it back, and I wouldn't take it back.
I had 0 RP. I was stuck in my room writing letters.
Well, that's your fault.
Is it?
You decided what Rattan would do.
But is it my fault that I didn't have RP? I mean, I guess I used the ring, so I guess it is my fault.
Uh-huh. All of your decisions led to this point.
Oh boy.
Boy. In fact, there's been a few from this week that are fucking great.
I know nothing.
There's everything in my power is keeping back just reciting the lines from the private RP because
Oh,
only half
man.
of you know it and they could still come out.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's like poor fucking Keeper getting the private RP where he met Leodir before anybody else, and he was like sworn to secrecy by both of them. And Keeper's sitting there going, "Oh man, I get a secret. I get to keep a secret. I get to keep a plot secret from everybody else." And then fucking Rax with bridal style in the morning.
Rax
If
finds
he had
out
not-
everybody knows. That's
If you
how
had-
it
but here's
works.
the thing: if
apparently.
that had not come out, I guarantee you, Kess would have been keeping that secret.
Cass
Had you not bridal styled Rattan, he would not have shown up.
Cass would have had the secret until dusk then.
That would have been his reveal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. That
Uh,
would have been
Rex
But you
probably
guys
would have
were
been less
heckling
excited
her.
about that.
You were heckling her so hard about bridal style.
Oh yeah.
And he had Maryu there, so like.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
You were getting the dynamic duo, just fucking like, nope.
Like, yes, he was gonna show up and fuck with her on his own, but too, it was like, okay, like, all right, she's suffered enough. Okay, she's drowning at this point. Stop.
And drowning she was.
Like, he was laughing, and then it was like, oh no, oh no.
Also, I'm surprised none of you noticed, or you took me yelling at you last time, but see the map that you're on just now? Well, the map you're on just now?
I
There's
see
a
a skeleton in the
skeleton
tree. I'm not.
tree.
No,
You-
I'm not drawing attention to that.
You were talking about people being in trees, so I just figured it was
Yes,
that.
It's literally not surprising. Rattan would like to go home now. I love. You know what? Your home is very nice, Cass. Your home is very nice, and the people seem great. But Rattan would like to fucking go home now.
The
I
comment
said
about the
Cass is
staff makes
used to
sense.
seeing- Cass is used to seeing faces in trees.
See, but this is the thing, you know, Lorelai's saying like, oh yeah, like people trees, people face trees, and Rattan's like, okay, crazy druid lady, I'll roll with this. And then we get there and she's like, oh, you didn't fucking mean like trees that look like they're made out of people. Okay, I'm like done. I would like to go home now.
I mean, she
Like
did
the
have
arch,
a face.
the arch was like where Rattan drew the line. She was like, nope, nope.
And then you kept going.
And it got worse.
Where did it get worse? They're beautiful.
In like a really creepy way.
And then they were pretty. Oh, the bandage tree is creepy.
Bandage tree was very creepy. Like, here's the thing. Rattan can appreciate the fact that these are unique and probably beautiful in their own way, but she's like, no. I would like to go home.
Oh, but you just got here.
Yeah, and Lorelai tried to make me clean her house.
What you get for standing up. Next time, sit down on the
No.
cushions.
No, that's what Rattan gets for admitting that she spent 10 years cleaning barracks.
So I guess you're good at it then.
I was actually super
What?
proud of myself for not
I
losing
bet.
that sentence. When she was like, yeah, I've spent 10 years cleaning barracks, so I'm really not, oh, good, you're good at it, interested in doing it right now.
And then you were mean and knocked over a brush, so
The
she made it
chaotic
rain.
cat energy of just, eh.
Yeah, and then she made it rain on you.
Like I
Because she
said,
can.
Rattan grew up with Leodir. She is used to, like, if she's gonna get punished, she's gonna get punished, and nothing she says is gonna do
Yeah, but
anything
this
about
is
it.
a crazy druid lady.
Yeah.
Fucking druid spell cheats. I fucking hate them.
Oh, boy.
She's not crazy. She's just
easily
little different.
stressed.
She grew up talking to trees who look like they do.
Literally not judging.
Now do you understand why she's socially inept?
I kind of figured why. Yo! Wow, thank you very much for that 5-month sub. I appreciate you.
And now do you understand why Cass is also socially inept?
No.
No, that...
Past 15 years, that was the person he spent most of his time talking to.
You've been with us. Time to grow out of your shell, buddy.
15 years, a few months.
I don't know. You've been throwing a lot of curveballs in this party.
Oh, I know. No.
It was just the start of it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Holy shit, you're right. If they hadn't heckled me at that breakfast, yeah, that would have been his reveal, and I would not have been okay with that.
Yep. Uh-huh.
I would not have been okay with that being the
Because if you
reveal.
think about it, none of the other times he appeared would have happened.
Think about that. We wouldn't have had breakfast with him. We wouldn't have had that day of when he came and hung out at the bar with us. He wouldn't have come shopping with us. You guys would have had to kiss all of that goodbye.
Mm-hmm. You're all welcome.
I think you're
Keeper
the one
would
who's
have
enjoying it
gladly
the most.
traded.
Oh, yeah.
it.
You're only saying that because he's pissed at you right now.
No, I'm saying it because I wanted a fucking secret.
Well, I'm sorry.
You can have other
It was my
secrets.
secret first.
You have a secret from Moncade. You have multiple secrets from Moncade, but you have
But
secrets.
not like big
like
fancy
Playboy?
secrets.
I'm sorry.
Well, good to know that this campaign didn't end tonight then, huh? You can still have fucking secrets, you just don't have them yet.
Somewhere in the celestial distance, Ladier is so pleased that he's being called a big fancy secret.
Right now, Lander has
The worst part is he fucking would be. What?
Right now,
right now,
Rattan's the
Lander
only
has-
one that knows, like, Cass's biggest secret.
I haven't said shit. What did you say, Zoe?
I said right now, Lander has a headache.
Yeah.
He's literally laying in bed going, oh my god.
No, I was referencing myself.
But also accurate.
Because he never leaves. I think the three that never leave me are Lander, Mirio, and fucking Richie.
The 3 chaotic characters.
They're just like, and it's like there's, so there was story time. I was
Story time.
making, I was making a cup of tea one day in my house, totally sleep deprived, and Lewis wasn't home, and I dropped a spoon, and my instant reaction was literally Lander came out and went, "Well, look at you fucking go." And I was like, oh, I just spoke to myself as Lander. Oh, boy.
And you guys think he gives her shit in front of you guys.
I've Richied Lewis as well. Like, I just slip into the characters just in my everyday life.
I've rattan-sided people. I've rattan-sided myself. Where there's just moments where, like, I can drop something, or I can screw something up, or... I'll just sit there and do it and just go... Okay. One of those days.
Right. I need food and headache
Mm-hmm.
and not to be in Roll20.
Understandable.
Also, I was in here last night checking my spell sheet and everything, and I saw you come in, and change your artwork?
I always change my artwork when I'm in here.
Really?
Every single time I'm in here, apart from during session, I always have different artwork.
Really? I didn't know that.
I change to different characters each time I'm in here.
I didn't know that. I thought you were doing it because it was me that was in here, and I was like, that cheeky bitch.
Well, I mean, that one was because you were there.
Ah, okay.
That one was a, is she paying attention?
Oh, I was.
Yeah.
You did it, and I was like,
But yeah,
that
usually,
wasn't Lady Energy. I didn't know what was.
usually I sit in here, and if, like, especially if someone else is just, like, idle in there, like,
Yeah.
I'll switch to, like, either their NPC or an NPC that they know or one that has
Yeah.
affected them recently.
Yeah.
Like, running up to Duskthane, I had, or after Anxiety Ballroom, I had Luce and Calariel were ones
Yeah, I
that
didn't
used.
enjoy that.
And then another one, the week of doing Duskthane exploration, it was Alexander.
Also, what the fuck, Ghost? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that information that you dropped on me today? What the fuck?
I was like, oh, okay, so that's coming out. I was sitting here like, okay.
That was not what I was expecting him to tell me.
Hey,
Oh, me neither.
he had said at one point that wanted to tell you.
Yeah, but that was not what she was thinking you were gonna say.
Did you think it was just gonna be? Yeah, I was the bodyguard to the advisor.
No, I thought it was going to be, like the explanation of like why it was you, not why you got put into our party, and told to specifically told like, oh, you could learn from Rattan.
Well, I love the pretty much the literal reason why it was probably me, because the rest of the Clayom soldiers are kind of dumb. So,
I mean, at your
The
level,
soldier
then.
from Mernalak, I appreciate that way too much.
I mean, like, so at Ghost will understand. At your level, you're accurate. At the upper
Oh,
part,
okay.
you are
Okay,
so.
yeah.
There
but like I
are-
was talking about like when I was first making my character and seeing about like if I wanted to keep my funds or maybe buy some other little items. And I was thinking about maybe buying like just something fun to like help with like controlling being. And I was like, maybe like ball bearings or something like that, just to like mess with people. He goes, well, with how Clayomes like learn stuff, theirs is just like hit stuff until they die and don't die
Yup.
yourself. And then Perrin came along with, hey, look, I can do stuff with runes.
And then they had
And they
to
were
find
like,
someone to
"Aw."
help him.
Yep.
Yeah.
They're like, we have no idea what to do with you. We're gonna find someone.
And
Oh
that's,
my
uh,
god.
That's how
Oh
you-
my god.
Oh my god.
I'm excited for. Well, question: would Rax be able to read those runes?
Yeah.
You can read everything.
That's why I need to clarify, because I don't know if it's like an actual written thing or if it's like, I don't know, if it's like a symbol that doesn't technically have a written meaning. Like, I don't know how to really explain it.
No,
like
that's
uniform?
perfect.
I
No,
don't
I
know.
understand what you mean. Like, if it's just like, for example, if it is like just a magical symbol.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like
Understand
if it's an actual word and it's, I
It
can't
says-
wait if he sees him writing them in the morning.
It says rune. It doesn't say sigil, so I'd say
Yeah.
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 Okay.
And
Gotta wait till
one
you
thing I forgot to clarify after like the RP stuff, my fire one I'd probably be putting on like maybe my armor now,
Mm-hmm.
just so it's on me.
God damn it, what the fuck am I supposed to do with that reveal?
Gears are turning.
That's gonna be a long conversation.
Gears are turning. The world keeps moving.
What did I say in my... God, I didn't know that my tweet today was gonna be that accurate. The world keeps turning.
I've said that to you every.
I know, but I
every-
put it in
every
today's
time.
tweet, not realizing how fucking true that was gonna be.
So I think the Super Bowl might be done. I think this team might have just won because I hear fireworks.
Um,
Celebrate.
I've got some bad news for you guys.
No.
They got
I
their
hear-
asses kicked.
Okay, I was saying I hear fireworks. So I don't know. I haven't been watching it. I'm just wearing it
Yeah.
because I live like
I had it
Close
up
enough.
in the background. Tampa Bay won 31-9.
Oof.
Wow.
Oof. Ouch.
Yikes.
or people are just doing fireworks now just because.
Rage fireworks. That's what
Rage
those are
fireworks.
called.
Yeah.
Rage
Well,
keep-
they
fireworks.
already bought
that is
them,
Freddie
so
and
I might
idea.
as well use them.
One of those
That
win or
just
lose we
gave
booze
Freddie an
situations.
Wait,
Yeah.
Freddy's gonna make rage fireworks now?
That just gave Freddie an idea.
Oh,
My NPCs are
no.
never off.
Oh,
Oh.
no.
Oh no. It's pyrotechnics, it's a spell that exists.
Yes.
Two
Oh
weeks
my
ago when we were
God.
doing the hallway chase,
Mhm.
you know, it was kind of like tense stuff like that. There were fireworks going off, and I was not sure what they were. I was hearing these pops outside. Could have been fireworks. Could have been something else. And I was like, what the hell?
Meanwhile, we're running through a building that a Deva has started burning down.
Yeah, and also eventually you hit a point where I think you were briefly pulled out. So like, it was. And I was like, I pulled back my headphones. I'm like, what is that sound? And I finally heard one pop and heard the. I like
Yeah.
the little sparkle. I was like, oh, fireworks. Okay.
So here's another tip. One of the two sounds, one of them echoes, the other one doesn't. That's how you can tell. I always mix up which one it is, but yeah, gunshots echo, fireworks do not. So if you don't hear an echo, it's fireworks. Today you learn. Fuck.
I
Yeah,
didn't
now,
know
like,
that
now my head
fireworks
is-
didn't echo.
Yeah, they
I
don't
knew
echo.
gunshots did.
Yeah, they don't, because
I
technically
mean,
it's
so fireworks do echo, but they just don't echo in the way that our brains perceive it.
correct.
The only thing that doesn't echo ever is a duck's quack. Today you learn.
Yep. I knew that.
I actually already knew that as well.
I did. That's new information.
Don't know why it is, but I knew it was a thing.
There you go.
I think you blew Wither's mind.
It's like when I found out that fish can sneeze.
I did not know
actually
that.
Yeah, fish can sneeze!
I finally learned something new.
and pigs can't look up.
I knew that.
Shit. My mind is just like the gears in my brain, and this is my curse, is every time we finish a session, my brain immediately starts churning with like processing everything and going, oh no. Oh no. And now I'm processing all the implications of everything that happened today. Fuck. Ugh. Shit.
I'm just excited to be back in Kakavian.
2 weeks.
No, in game time.
Oh, in game time?
You don't like my home?
Everyone's like, I need to leave.
These are not
to
the
be
druids
fair,
he is comfortable with.
This is the most comfortable place you have been other than Kakabion.
I'm gonna put it out there. Ratan's experience with your home thus far has been trees that look like they're made out of people and then getting thrown into a trial by combat within an hour of being in your home. That's her experience with your people. So yeah, she wants to go home. Oh, and then being told to clean your mentor's house. Ratan's experience here, not top notch. They seem nice though.
Rex is just, your trees are watching me, and these are not what I'm comfortable with.
Yeah.
Or no, sorry, that's not what I was expecting.
She gave you all fair warning.
Yeah, but like the way that she did it did not sell it.
She said faces in trees. There were.
Say that the trees have faces. I was thinking of like the weirwoods from like Game of Thrones, not actual like people in trees.
People trees, yeah.
Or like the arch that had like a fucking torso in it.
Yeah.
Torso. Well, if you look at it, the bottom one is legs and a torso, and then the top is arms, and then it's another body that goes.
Oh,
down
I
the
know.
bottom,
And
so
that
it's
was
like-
Ratan's introduction to people trees.
It's the human centipede tree.
Yeah, pretty much.
Rax looked at it and he went, huh, the comment about the staff makes even more sense now.
I want Miryu and Leonir back.
I mean, you could go back to Moncade. I'm sure Ignorance Bliss has open doors.
I didn't say I wanted to go back there.
Maybe you could go to Frostwing.
I don't want to go there right now either.
You could go to Cleon.
Don't really want to go there right now either. Now that I know they ordered somebody to spy on me. And it's not even like the fact that they ordered somebody to spy on me. Because she'd be like, oh, that's cute. No, they specifically want that information. Because they're assholes.
I mean, it's war politics.
Oh no, I know. I know. But like for Ratan, it's kind of like, yeah, don't really want to be there when you want to know about the most intimate part of my life. No. How about we don't? You don't write, you don't call, let's leave it that way.
By the way, Radiant Flames, you're welcome.
Am I missing something?
No. It's okay.
No, now I feel like I am missing something. I know that Leonir appeared in Radiant Flames. I know I have Radiant Flames.
I don't think I have a single thing that does any sort of radiant damage.
Why do you think I was laughing 2 weeks ago when we were about to fight the vampires and I said, y'all gonna be real fucking happy I'm here?
Didn't do as much as you thought it would, though.
No!
Because the fun thing is, it only stops their self-healing.
Yep. Doesn't matter if they bite you.
Well, that, but also it doesn't really affect them any differently.
No, like, they're not vulnerable to it.
Mm-hmm.
Like, they are, but they're not.
Mm-hmm.
They get the extra D8 because it's my undead divine smite, but they don't have a vulnerability.
Yeah.
But I didn't really care about that. My literal point of existence was quite literally, oh, I got this. I can completely negate that. Until I run out of smite slots, and then, okay, sorry everybody, this is gonna hurt.
Yeah.
And
Which
then
I will
Rax
tell you
went.
right now, in that fight, I was very happy that I decided to play Scourge ASMR, because I almost didn't. I almost made her a Protector ASMR, but then I was like, that would not have been as helpful.
My brain was like, wait, what kind of ASMR is yours?
The tankier one. George Asimar's like a fucking nuclear bomb.
Yeah, Solaris is Celeste.
Is what?
She's a Celestial.
I can't. You keep cutting out.
She's Celestial Asimar variant.
Oh, okay. From the okay.
She does the healy heal.
Yeah.
Rex is green.
Pretend just do the scary thing. Green. I love shocking you guys though with the decisions that I make because when I was like, okay, she puts 2 fingers behind her mask and flips it off, all of you went.
Oh.
Well,
Literally everyone's cameras went.
Zoe was scared because
because you knew that what happened was gonna happen.
well, that, but also not only did you pop your wings, but you're also revealing that in front of the entire druid population of Cass's tribe.
Yeah, and Lorelai already made apparent what she got as an impression of Rattan.
And just like everyone saw that in the proving trial.
I know.
It just makes things interesting for next session.
Because there's gonna be a lot of questions about that.
Well, sure.
Or problems. Rattan is just like a walking problem.
This entire party is a walking problem. Am I wrong?
I didn't say anything.
I'm
Much
still
like the
gonna
whole time he
stick
was
by
in
the
the...
fact that you said that I am the least problematic person. I'm gonna stick to that. I'm gonna get it engraved on a plaque, and I'm gonna hang it in my office. And every time you chuckle fucks do something, I'm gonna take it off and hold it up.
And I will wear that fucking badge with pride.
I bet you will. Bridal style.
Goddamn right.
And the best part was, like, I was never mad about that. Ever. I was like... Wither was like, that's fucking funny. Like, I would have taken the exact same opportunity that you
Oh,
did.
yeah.
But it was also the realization for me that I was like, oh my god, he saw them!
Nope.
So I wasn't even mad, it was just the absolute absurdity of everything that then clicked in that moment, and I was like, can't even be mad. I wasn't even careful. Can't even be mad.
So, like, as soon as, like, in the RP, Pedro had told them, I was like, oh, how am I gonna ask?
That's what Zoe said is the entire week. You were plotting what you were
Oh,
gonna
yeah.
do.
The whole time. As soon as it was like, now I gotta figure out how to be an ass about it.
And now, perpetually, every time you do this to Rattan, she's immediately nervous. Oh, Rax leans across the table. No, don't do that. Don't do that. The chin prop. Every time she sees the chin prop, she gets anxiety.
The worst thing is Mirio does it too.
I know, they both do it. And that was what made it worse, is Rax did it, and then after the spit take, Mirio joined in and was like, well... Well, and now, exactly what I was quote-unquote, I always say afraid of, but what I knew was gonna happen, that whole session, so he goes, okay, it's dinner time, and you just opened your wings in the entire city square, and people are looking out their windows at you. I was like, that's gonna come back to bite me in the ass later. Didn't think it was gonna be what happened.
Dun dun dun! I was like, there are always bards in Elizabeth.
Yep.
And Elizabeth has always got information.
Yup. And now it's Rattan, the angel, the gift from God.
I just think it was pretty fucking quick. How how fast it popped up, because it's only been like what, a couple weeks?
Couple weeks. Obviously, she made a fucking impact.
You
Think
don't
about
know
it.
for
We
what?
went to Frostbane. We literally drove off the giant white wolves. Then our party was helping with the reconstruction of the slums. We drove Reuven out of the fucking temple. That's a pretty big impact. And then we came back for a second visit, and that was the wings.
Mm-hmm.
Keep in mind, Rattan showed her wings in the first fucking combat with the wolves. That
True.
could have been in the works from then.
True.
Mhm. And that's when you were in the populated area.
Yep. Out in the middle of the town square. Oh. The gift from the god. She hates it so much.
The gift
I can
from
already
the
hear
god-
the conversation. They said I was a gift from the gods. Ugh.
The gift from the gods, surrounded by people who help to save the city.
Yup, the gift from the gods. Oh, come on, like they do anything.
Your gods don't give a shit.
Your gods don't give a shit. That is not where she came from.
Your gods don't give a shit. Wait, Perrin, you're not religious. No.
Oh,
They
that was
don't
so
give a
fucking
shit.
funny. That was so fucking funny. Gods don't give a shit. Oh, here we go. I'm sorry, Parrot, are you religious? I should have checked before I said that. No? Good. Gods don't give a shit. He was so salty about it. Oh, if he hears about that, they literally don't give a shit. Why do you keep saying that?
Or he's just gonna, "Ugh." Not a god. "Ugh."
Oh, it's literally gonna be, anytime it comes up, you're gonna see both of them go, religion, paladin.
Yep.
Calling you my paladin is still weird. Yeah, it doesn't sound right. It's so weird. I still think the best was the initial conversation where they tried to explain it at breakfast.
Yeah.
And they were both just so uncomfortable that it literally made no sense.
Yep.
I guess I'm like the acting deity. Poor lady. Gods don't give a shit. And then there's Miru literally watching us be fucking clowns and just going, I have a new sword.
Yeah, she was just like,
I'm gonna focus on this because whatever you guys are doing.
yeah, she was just like casually waving her sword around
Yep.
the bedroom.
Yep. That was when we were yelling at Osiris. Oh.
Yeah. Miru gets weapon. Miru swings weapon. Miru likes weapon. Whole other discussion about devas.
Did we? I thought that was just when we were splitting up the money for Osiris. Because they didn't know about him yet.
There were multiple events where she was just kind of like waving the sword around and hoping for the best.
Oh,
If it's any
boy.
consolation, she still calls you fuck buddies. And on that note, I'm leaving.
Yeah.
Fuck you.
Good night, everyone. Good session.
Good night.
See you
Yeah,
guys.
Have a good night, everybody.
But
Alright, so that's it for this week. Like you heard, we will not be running Organized Chaos next week. It will be on the following week, which is the 21st, because math is easy when it's already a multiple of 7. Anyway, we do have Rift Chasers on Saturday, and actually we have Rift Chasers the next 2 weeks in a row, which is exciting. Because I think the 27th we're not able to run because birthdays, kids' birthdays, and all that such. But we're flopping our schedule to the other day, so we'll have it then. And yeah, that's about it, and we'll see you. Yes, Ghost, you should make sure you have enough stuff, because that would be awkward. Alright, good night, everybody.